For this track I would focus mostly on quick handling and agility. Since Los Arcos Rallycross is all about tight corners, sudden changes in direction, and staying glued to the track, a car with excellent maneuverability would perform best. Power is important, but if the car can't navigate those sharp turns smoothly, all that speed doesn't really matter. So, I'd prioritize a car that can react swiftly and stay stable during those aggressive turns to really shine on this course. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, so make your choice before they're all taken. Don't miss out on the fun. Get your game face on and pick that perfect ride. Hey Wayne984! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some epic AI car races. Make sure to grab some snacks and get comfy. Wow! This is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Wayne984 piloting a classic Toyota Celica from 1996, which is known for reliability and decent handling. On the other, X-Ragnarox is in a 1985 Ferrari 288 GTO, a legendary supercar with a lot of raw power. Given the track is Los Arcos Rallycross, with tight turns and rough terrain, I'd say the Toyota might have an edge in maneuverability. The Ferrari's power is impressive, but its age and potential difficulty in handling rallycross conditions could slow it down. So, I'd lean towards Wayne984 pulling off a surprise win, especially if the race becomes a test of agility rather than just raw speed. But hey, with AI, anything can happen. And sometimes even the underdog surprises us. Alright everyone, chubby boy RJ is kicking things off from pole on that legendary 1984 Ford RS 200 at Los Arcos. Let's see if that classic can hold off the pack. Matthewsaurus Rex has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Chubby boy RJ is holding strong in second place, not letting go just yet. Wayne Train 94 is in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Schmerzenliebes is dropping back to 14th place. X Ragnaroks is climbing 2 spots to take second. Chubby Boy, RJ, and Miss Ragnaroks are nose to tail for second place. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 4th place. Schmerzenliebe is narrowing the gap to Begoldnet, getting closer by 1.3 seconds. The Group B cars are showing fierce competition with a mix of old and newer models. But the track seems to favor the more agile and aggressive vehicles like the Ford RS200 and Toyota Celica. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Toadette TV are nose to tail for 10th place. Begoldner just gained 1 spot to 12th. Begoldner and Anonymous Ninity 3 are now fighting for 11. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 10th place. Wanabakido is now 12th place. Looks like someone's on the move. Scroogechamp is climbing up to 6th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is also advancing, now in 9th. Navling and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to nose for the 9th spot. Scroogechamp is inching closer to Cloudy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Navling is climbing up to 9th place. Toadette TV is narrowing the gap on Anonymous Ninity 3 by 1.4 seconds. Toadette TV and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing to 8th place. Begoldner is now in 13th. Schmerzenliebe has moved into 14th. Wow, Matthewsaurus Rex, you really sprinted your way to victory. Nice job claiming the top spot. Wow, Matthewsaurus Rex really tore up the track today. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned that first place. Looks like all those prehistoric skills paid off. Sure thing. Did you know that Group C racing cars were known for their incredible fuel efficiency? Compared to other race cars of their time, they had to balance speed with how far they could go in a single tank, which led to some pretty clever engineering. Basically, they were like the marathon runners of the racing world. Fast, but also really good at conserving energy. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking and the race is about to start without you. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, this is a classic case of age versus agility. GamerBoss72 is cruising in a 1992 Nissan NP35, which is a solid choice, but it's a bit more vintage, so it might struggle with the modern twists and turns. Meanwhile, I'm in the 1989 Nissan R89C, which is a legendary race car known for its speed and handling back in the day. Given the car choices, I'd say I have the upper hand here thanks to the more advanced design and aerodynamics of the 89. But hey, GamerBoss72 could surprise us if they've got some tricks up their sleeve. If I had to make a call, I'd put my money on myself to take the win, but only by a nose. This one is going to be close. Alright everyone, we're kicking off from New Hampshire Motor Speedway, with Group C. Gina Jones is on pole, cruising in a classic 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark. Everyone, let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place. And in third, we have Amy, just hanging on. Wild Cavanona is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dor Rogue is making a move, now in 18th after passing 4 cars. Schoolbus Wustife is also on the rise, now in 24th after overtaking 3 cars. Axoasis just climbed 1 spot to 20, Autumn Thunderbird also up 1 to 22, and Forthy Afro making a move to 24. Looks like everyone's playing the game of musical chairs. Inga May Kringleberry, better watch out. Amy's closing in fast. Annex Agarax and Wauxi B are neck and neck for 4th place. GamerBoss72 is on the rise, climbing 2 spots to 13. Autumn Thunderbird is slicing through the field, now in the top 20. Yama Priest is climbing steadily, just 1 spot behind the leaders. The battle for 4th place between Yama Priest and Wauxi B is heating up. Looks like a close fight. Annex Agarax just overtook someone to grab the 5th place. Scott Dixon also moving up 1 spot to 7. No for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 7th. Williams Interiors Unity Gordon and Samajiwat. Exoasis is climbing up to 15th place. Alex Exatuit is making a move to 20th. Forty Afro is inching into 21st. Justin Yilks is holding off Dor Rogue by a car length. Forty Afro and LXAXAX Nathid are nose to tail for 20th place. Forty Afro is climbing to 21st place. Schoolbus Rusdev V is catching up to LXEXAX Nali, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zombush 86 is driving a 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra. A CC. Their race looks pretty rough with a very slow lap time and no real progress. And Exagerax and Wauk CB are nose to nose for 4th place. ExoSS just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Autumn Thunderbird and Justin Gilks are fighting hard for 18th. Autumn Thunderbird just sneaks into the top 20 now. 40 Afro and Justin Gilks still locked in that close fight for 19th. School Boost was Stiffy making a move, climbing into 21st. Che. Rogue is gaining on Zachariah TV, closing the gap by 1 second. 40 Afro has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th place. Wild Kavanona is climbing up to 9th place. Ikai 77 is now in 11. Looks like some steady progress. Autumn Thunderbird and Rogue are locked in a close fight for 17th place. School Bus Rustafi has gained 1 spot, now sitting in 20th. Justin Gilks and School Boosters TV are also battling it out for 20th. Ikar 77 is closing in on Shron and gaining 1.5 seconds. Autumn Thunderbird just moved up 1 spot to 17. School Bus was Defees closing the gap on 40 Afro by a little over a second. Wow! Gina Jones just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch on that track. Congratulations! Wow! Gina Jones really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to her, that was a fantastic race. Looks like she's got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just AI. Can't wait to see what she's going to do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Chang International Circuit has a mix of tight corners and long straights, so a car that can corner sharply and maintain stability at high speeds would be ideal. Top speed isn't everything here because the track demands precision and quick directional changes. So, a car with a good balance of grip and responsiveness would really shine on this track. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to make your pick and see which AI vehicle will dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We've got VD39 in a 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, a car known for its agility and rally heritage, versus Fichte Husky in a 2012 Rough RGT8 GT, which is definitely more of a track-focused beast. Given that the roof is likely to have better handling and maybe a little more power, I'm leaning toward Fichte Husky pulling ahead, especially on a track like Chang, where precision and speed matter a lot. But hey, the Evolution isn't exactly slow, and sometimes the underdog surprises us. So, I'd say I'm putting my money on Fichte Husky to take the win, but don't be too shocked if VD39 pulls out a cheeky upset. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is at the front, starting on pole in a 2015 Toyota GT86 GT. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Ingo McCringleberry has shot off the line with a solid lead. Pippi Langstrup is holding second place, trying to keep up. Scott Dixon is in third, but expects some early moves from the pack. Carl Netwee and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for third place. Justinette is climbing up to fifth, inching past Max Birley. Max Birley and Justinette are battling hard for the fifth spot. Amy is on a tier, overtaking 3 cars to grab 4th place. Carl Netwee is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Max Birley and Justinette are locked in a close fight for 6th place, nose to tail. Knox Exodus is climbing 1 spot to 15th place. Botgamoning is also up 1 to 22nd. Josh Bjosh moves up 1 to 24. Josh Bjosh and Unistix are nose-to-nose fighting for 23rd. Justin F. and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th place. Josh Bush is climbing up 1 spot to 23rd. Gaster Tigamranin, 1000 Aden Flash are locked in a close fight for 25th. Jordan F. and VD39 are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Gamerboss72 just sneaked into the top 20, climbing 1 spot to 19th. Yamaster Tigamranin 1000 is also climbing, up 1 to 25th. Jordan F. just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Jordan F. and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 10th. Josh Bjosh and Botka Moning are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Day39 is climbing 2 spots to take 10th place. Gina Jones and VD39 are locked in a close fight for 10th. New for Life is also moving up 2 spots to 12th. Nueva Life is climbing to 11th place. Nox Exodus is now 14th. Minamai Styler 21 has moved into 15th. Aten Flash is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery or waiting for a miracle to happen. Nox Exodus is climbing fast into the top dozen now. Minamai Styler 21 is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Calicon Bunny is also making moves, creeping up 1 spot. Gishti Husky is making a nice climb up to 13th place. Jordan F. is closing in on Alan 656, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Max Barley and Just Henny Teve are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Max Barley is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is closing in on Just Henny Teve, cutting the gap by over a second. New for Life has moved up to 10th place. No for Life and Feskies are locked in a close fight for 9th. Jordan F. is gaining on Alan 656 like a hot knife through butter, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Vay 39 is creeping up on Ned New for Life with a 2.9 second reduction. Samun just snuck into the top 20, moving up 1 spot. Jordan F. is closing in on Alan 656 fast, just 9.2 seconds behind now. Maya and Just Hanetiv are battling it out for 7th place. Calicon Bunny is climbing up the field, moving into 15th. Max Beerley is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Scott Dixon and Max Spirley are nose to tail for 5th position. I am climbing up to 7th place, inching closer to the top. Jordan F. is closing in on Alan 656, fast, the gap shrinking by 6.2 seconds. Just Chanaev just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Maya and Just Hanetvev are now nose to tail for 7. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. Not only did they cross the finish line first, but they also snagged the fastest lap. Way to go! And a big shout out to Naru for Life for the most overtakes. That takes real skill and guts. You both get to claim some pretty sweet cars. Hingle McCringleberry, you're now the proud owner of a 2015 Toyota GT86 GT3. And New for Life, you're walking away with the 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Great effort from everyone. Can't wait to see what they do with those new rides. Hey folks, the clock's ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't wait till the last second. We want a race, not a car roulette. Well, this is quite the matchup. The Ford Focus RS from 2012 is known for being a sporty little car with some serious handling, especially for a hatchback. On the other hand, the Lada Vesta from 2016 is more of an economy car with a reputation for durability, rather than speed. Given the track is Cadwell Park Woodlands, with its twists and turns, I'd probably give the edge to the Ford Focus RS. It's just built to handle corners better and accelerate quicker. The Lada Vesta might surprise us with some stubborn resilience, but I doubt it can keep up when it comes to pure racing finesse. So, my money's on Cheese and Dash Hour and Ford Focus RS. But hey, if the Lada decides to take a wild shortcut or something, who knows? This race might turn into a curveball. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Cadwell Park Woodlands with the Endo for Life car starting on pole. It's a 2015 Fiat Tipo Competizione leading the charge, so let's see if it can keep that position, or if the others will surprise us. Grand Alive is leading the race with New for Life right behind in second place. Leech Mepsi is currently in third, trying to catch up. New for Life is now in first place. Scott Dixon has moved up to third. Amy is in fourth. The race is tightening up. Scott Dixon is closing in on Crandalive, now, just 1 second behind. Gina Jones has climbed up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, now in 8th place after jumping 2 spots. Amy is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over a second. Maya is catching up to Pippi Langstrom, closing the distance by a little more than a second. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Leech Mepsi is closing in on Amy fast, just 2 seconds behind now. Maya has overtaken someone and is now in 8th place, climbing up the field. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is hot on her heels, moving up 4 spots to 6th. Cheese and Dashhour is also making moves, jumping 4 places to 7th. The battle is heating up behind them. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place, pulling ahead. Amy has climbed to 3rd, closing the gap. I've moved up to 4th, just behind Amy. Scott Dixon and Crandy Live are still nose to nose at the front. Maya just snuck into 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up, now in 4th, inching closer to the leaders. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Scott Dixon just snuck into the lead, moving up 1 spot. Cheese and Dashhour is also making moves, advancing 1 position to 5th. Hellskank is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Maya just nudged into 2nd, and Hingle McCringleberry is now 3rd after a little bump up. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cheese and Dashhour is climbing up to 3rd place, gaining 1 spot. Detoxins is driving a 2015 Subaru Impreza iX. Looks like they're stuck in a bit of a holding pattern, not making much progress and still waiting for a chance to move up. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 7th place. Cheese and Dashhour has gained 1 spot to sit in 3rd. Crandy Live has also gained 1 position, now in 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now 7th. Looks like Hingle's on the move, while Amy's playing catch-up. Grand Alive is in 2nd place, starting from the pole position with the 2015 Seat Leon. Their fastest lap is way off the pace at over 56 seconds, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Amy has climbed 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Leech Maps has also moved up 2 spots to 8th. Detoxins is climbing to 9th place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 10th. Looks like they're both on the push. Cheese and Dashhour is holding a solid 3rd, but Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in 4th. It's a close fight for the podium, and Hingle might just have the edge if they keep pushing. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on winning the race. Looks like he's still got the magic touch. Wow, Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to him, he definitely earned that victory. Now Hingle McCringleberry, with the fastest lap. You're in the running for the 2016 Lotta Vesta. Nice work! Looks like someone's about to upgrade their virtual garage. Sure thing. Did you know that Enna is actually set inside a volcanic crater? That's right. This track is kinda unique, because it's built right in the middle of an extinct volcano in Sicily. It gives the whole racing experience a bit of an otherworldly vibe, like you're racing on the moon or something. It's pretty wild when you think about it. Oh, this is quite the classic battle. Amy's Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT12 is a beautiful piece of racing history, but it's more of a vintage charm than a speed demon by modern standards. On the other hand, Gina Jones' Ferrari 312 FBD is a raw, aggressive machine, designed for racing, and it really knows its way around a track like Enna Pergusa. While Amy's car has personality, I'd give the edge to Gina and her Ferrari here. It's likely to be faster, more agile, and better suited for a race of this kind. But you never know. Sometimes the old-timers surprise us. I'll be watching closely to see if Amy can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Enna Pergusa, and in Group 6, Maya is starting on pole with a classic 1977 Porsche 936. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Iggy Langstrom is holding strong in second place. Hingle May Kringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Gina Jones just nudged into fourth place. Singoshi and Amin-san are nose-to-nose for 8th. Waldo and the Kaiju are locked in a close fight for 14th. Wolf of Eco is climbing one spot to 9th place. Waldo and the Kaiju are locked in a close fight for 14th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 6th. Triad is climbing to 10th. Triad and Wolf of Eco are battling for 9th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 6th place. Amin-san has climbed to 7th. Triad is making a move, now in 8th place after gaining 2 spots. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amy, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Move for Life is climbing up to 9th place, gaining 1 spot. Pippi Langstrump has just taken the lead and is now in first place. Maya is right behind, not giving up that easily. New for Life has climbed to 8th place, closing in on the pack. Maya takes the lead, now in first place. New for Life is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Le Kaiju and Toucan's Flora are locked in a fierce duel for the 13th spot. Toucan's Flora is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider from 1968. They're currently in the 13th place, just ahead of other vintage Porsche 909s. Looks like a steady race, but no real overtaking action yet. New for Life just overtook Amundsen, and now they are nose to nose for 7th place. Inga the Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 3rd. Pippi Langstrump and Gina battling hard for 3rd spot. Looks like a close fight. Inga McCringleberry is taking the lead and now sits in 1st place. Gina Jones is also advancing, climbing up to 2nd place. Maya and Gina are nose to tail, fighting hard for 2nd spot. Maya is now in 1st place, pulling ahead nicely. Le Caillou and Toucan's Flora are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Looks like a close one. Toucan's Flora is gaining ground on Platinum Era, chopping the gap down by 3.6 seconds. They are nose to nose for 12th place. This is getting interesting. Maya is leading the race in a 1977 Porsche 936 with a fastest lap of 1:45.762. Looks like she's holding a solid pace and maintaining her lead comfortably. Scott Dixon is driving a Porsche 936 from 1977. He's currently in 6th place and has the 2nd fastest lap time among the top contenders. Looks like he's making a solid push. Inga McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Maya is right behind him, closing the gap. Looks like a close fight for the lead. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Guess they should start calling it the Maya Express. Wow! Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. You totally dominated out there. Now, Hingle McCringleberry, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim that vintage 1977 Renault Alpine a 442B. Nice choice. And Gina Jones, you came out on top in the bet race, so the sleek 1971 Ferrari 312 UPB is all yours. Great job to everyone. That was an exciting showdown. Oh, you want a fun fact about the Bernese Alps Festival track? Well, it's actually known for its breathtaking scenery that makes you feel like you're racing through a postcard. The turns are so tricky that even a robot might need a coffee break after a lap. Plus, if you listen closely during the race, you might hear the distant sound of cowbells, which, frankly, seems to add a bit of Swiss charm to the competition. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned for some AI racing action. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! If you're feeling competitive and want to see even more AI car chaos, head over to AI Racing TIFF, hosted by my good friend Amy. You can race on both streams at the same time for double the fun. Just type !Twitch in chat and you'll get the link. Don't miss out on the high-speed mayhem. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that at the end of each month, we'll be posting the stats for each driver on our Google Drive. So make sure to check it out in the Discord. If you want your driver to appear in the monthly stats, they need to have completed at least 50 races during the month. And if you want to see your current stats, just type !stats in chat. Keep racing hard and stay tuned for the updates. Alright everyone, if you see a car you don't want to race anymore, just type !remove followed by the number of that car. For example, if you want to remove the third car, type !remove 3. That way it gets taken out of the race and we can see how the rest of the cars scramble for victory. Keep those commands coming. Welcome back Rizaldi Adha. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI action. Grab a seat and enjoy the race. Alright everyone, time's running out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's your last chance before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on your shot to cheer for the most daring AI driver out there. Get those picks in before it's too late. Hey Silver B Gaming, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for all the high-speed fun. Get ready to see some AI cars race like they've got a serious need for speed. Oh, what an interesting matchup. Pippi Langström in the 1999 Opel Vectra versus Rizaldi Adha in a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Both cars are definitely from a different era, but I'd say the Opel Vectra could have a slight edge with its more modern design and potentially better handling. The Volvo Estate may have more comfort and space, but in a race, agility is king. I'm betting Pippi's Opel will zoom ahead and take the win here. But hey, with AI drivers, expect the unexpected. Alright everyone, this epic race was requested by me, so be sure to thank me later. We're kicking things off at the stunning Bernese Alps Festival track. Leading the pack in the BTC class is Lircel, driving a classic 1993 Peugeot 405 from pole position. Let's see if that vintage can keep up with the latest tech. Lircel has shot off the line into the lead. Asciuroni is holding second, trying to keep up. Scott Dixon is in third, just hanging on for now. Amundsen is holding firm in 5th place, while Amy and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for that spot. Gina Jones just nudged into the top 10, moving up 1 position. Super Siggy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th place, making it a tight squeeze. Relaxed View is trying to hold off Amundsen for 4th place. Myself and Indus Platinum are still nose to nose for 7. No Vua Life just gained a spot and is now in 13. Amundsen just sneaked into 4th place. Singoshi and Maya are nose to tail for 8. Pippi Langström is climbing to 13. Pippi and Hickory Hamsam are fighting for 12. Singoshi just overtook someone to take 8th place. Maya and Singoshi are nose to nose for 8th. Nuva Life is inching closer to the top 10, now in 13. Singoshi and Imjust Platinum are nose to nose for 7th place. Gina Jones and I are locked in a close fight for 9th. Super Siggy and Gina Jones are battling it out for 10. Scott Dixon and Asironi are nose to nose for 2nd place. Singoshi just gained 1 spot to 7th. Super Siggy is climbing 2 spots to 9th. Super Siggy and Indus Platinum are locked in a close fight for 8. Super Siggy just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Gina Jones is closing in on her, both racing for 10th. Maya and Gina are neck and neck, no clear leader yet. Scott Dixon is currently in 3rd place driving a 1995 Volvo 850. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Hikuri Hamzam is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a quiet race for now. Asironi and Lee Russell are nose to tail at the front. Indus Platinum and Super Siggy are swapping positions every corner. Silva Gaming and Hingle McCrinkleberry are locked in a close fight for the 15th spot. Asironi just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Amy is closing in, climbing 2 places to sit in 4th. Relaxed View and Amundsen are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Singoshi is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier and is currently in 8th place. The race looks pretty steady for them with a fast lap of 1:54.439, just behind the top cars. Pippi is just ahead of Rizaldi Adha, but both are running close in lap times. Pippi might have the edge if she keeps her pace. Super Siggy is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still stuck in 8th. He might want to focus on consistency if he wants to climb higher. Relaxed View is driving a Peugeot 405 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 1:55.271. So they're holding a steady pace, but not quite challenging the top. Singoshi is really closing in on Relaxed View now, just a second behind. Nouveau Life and Higure Hamzam are still neck and neck for 12th place. Silver Gaming and Pippi Langstrom are also fighting hard for 14th. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 12th place now. Silver Gaming and Hickory Hamsam are nose to nose for that 11th spot. Maya and Injust Platinum are nose to nose for 10th place. Silver Gaming is sneaking into 11th, climbing one spot. Welcome back, Darth Blazer. Glad you could make it again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening, so sit back and enjoy the show. Silver Gaming is driving a 1998 Ford Mondeo and is currently in 8th place. They're just ahead of the rest of the pack and have a fastest lap of 1:54.45, so they're definitely pushing hard. Super Siggy is making a strong move with the fastest lap, but he's still a few positions behind the leader. He's definitely a threat if he keeps this pace up. Relaxed View and Amundsen are nose to tail for 5th place. Maya is sneaking into the top 10, climbing one spot to 10. Amy is showing some serious pace with the fastest lap, but he's stuck in 6th place. He might need a better move to climb higher. Silver Gaming just edged closer to Penn, now sitting in 11th place. Indus Platinum is right behind, making this a tight race for the 11th spot. Indus Platinum is climbing to 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 15th. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle are nose to nose for 15th. Just Platinum and Maya are nose to tail for 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Hickory Hamsam are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Rizaldia Adha and Pippi Langstrom are battling it out for 16th. Zupersigi is driving a 1998 Ford Mondeo and is currently in 8th place. They've got a pretty quick lap time but are a bit behind the leader. Looks like they're trying to catch up. Gina Jones and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 8th place. Hingla McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th. Rizaldi Ada is inching into 16th. Gina Jones just sneaked into 8th place. Super Siggy and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Rizaldi Adha is climbing up to 15th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Indus Platinum is making a strong push to 8th place. New for Life is right behind, also climbing fast to 9th. Lyricel is holding on to the lead, gaining one spot to 1st. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast into the top 10. Hikori Amazon's right behind, pushing through the pack. Pippi Langstrom is making a move, gaining ground on the leaders. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Gina Jones is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Aminzan is inching up 1 spot to 3rd place. Singoshi and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 5th place. Silver Gaming and Maya are locked in a close fight for 15th. Singoshi just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. New for Life and Imjust Platinum are still neck and neck for 8th. Silver Gaming and I are locked in a close fight for 15th. Singoshi is in 5th and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a top spot that needs to find a way past a few cars to make it happen. Super Sigi is now in 6th place. Imbus Platinum has climbed to 7th. New for Life is in 8th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle. Asioroni is slicing through the track, now just a hair behind Relaxed View. Pippi Langstrup is climbing the ladder, now in 10th. Hikori Hamzam is on the prowl, closing in on Pippi Langstrup by nearly 3 seconds. Singoshi is sitting in 5th and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard. Keep an eye on him. If he keeps that pace up, he might sneak into the top 3. The BTC cars are pretty evenly matched here. But the track's elevation changes seem to favor the more agile cars like the Volvo 850 Estates. The Peugeot 405 is holding steady. But the Vauxhalls are showing some quick pace on the straights. Overall, the mix of car types keeps the race unpredictable. Hingle Kringleberry is driving a 1993 Renault 19.i. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the front runners. No for Life is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra.i. They're currently in the 8th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Move for Life is climbing fast into 6th place. Hingle Kringleberry is also making moves into 7th. Pippi Langstrup is catching up into 8th. Looks like a tight battle behind the leaders. Asironi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Relaxed View is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 11. Relaxed View and Super Siggy are nose to tail, fighting for 10th place. Amin Sons is driving a Volvo 850 Estate, starting from the 5th position. They are currently in 3rd place, and have the 3rd fastest lap time, so they're holding steady and making a solid move forward. Scott Dixon is driving a 1995 Volvo 850. He's currently in 2nd place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's pushing hard to stay ahead. No View for Life is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra.i. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Singoshi is climbing up to 4th place. No for Life is now in 5th. Hingo McCringleberry has moved into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Hingo McCringleberry is closing in on No for Life fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Amy is making a strong push, overtaking 8 cars to reach 9th place. Silver Gaming and Rizaldiata are locked in a tight fight for 15th. Zupa Sigi is gaining on. Amy in closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Hikori Hamzam is inching closer to Silver P Gaming, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1993 Renault 19. He's currently in 7th place, but his lap time suggests he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Pippi is holding a slight edge over Rizaldi Adha, but with a few laps left, anything can happen. Pippi's faster lap suggests she's got some pace, but Rizaldi Adha is not far behind. Rizaldia Adha is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Looks like they're holding a steady 15th place, just a bit behind the leaders. Not much action happening around them, so they seem to be cruising along. Singoshi is charging ahead, now in 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingo McCringleberry is not far behind, climbing 4 spots to take 2nd. Asuo Roni is on a roll, moving up 5 positions to sit in 3rd. Relaxed View is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. Amy is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Zuper Sigi is also advancing, moving up 1 spot to 9th. Scott Dixon and Lee Russell are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Silver Gaming is climbing 2 spots and is now 14th. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead, trying to make a move. Rizaldi Adha and Silver Blue Gaming are nose-to-tail, neither giving an inch. The Alpine curves are favoring the nimble cars like the Vauxhall Cavalier and Renault 19, while the heavier Volvo estates are struggling to keep up. Maya is driving a 1993 Peugeot 405 and is currently in 8th place. The race looks tight with her slightly behind the leaders but staying competitive. Relaxed View and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya climbs 1 spot to 11th. Maya and New For Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Asuroni is now in 1st place. Le Roussel has moved into 2nd. Scott Dixon has climbed into 3rd. The race is heating up. Zuber Sigi is driving a 1998 Ford Mondeo, currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is just behind a Cerrone, so they're hanging in there. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Singoshi and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th. Relaxed Few and Singoshi are also close for 6th. Gina Jones is on a tier, overtaking 9 cars to take the lead. Asuroni and Gina Jones are now nose-to-nose for 1st place. Hingo McCringleberry is chipping away at my lead, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Asuroni just took the lead. Le Roselle is right behind him in 2nd. Scott Dixon has also moved up to 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Singoshi is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 9 places behind the leader. He's got the pace, now he just needs to find a way to overtake. Singoshi is in 9th place with a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the front runners. Scott Dixon is driving a 1995 Volvo 850, currently in 3rd place. His fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader, so he's holding his own. Looks like he's keeping pace but not quite challenging for the top spot. Scott Dixon is driving a 1995 Volvo 850. He's holding on to 3rd place and has the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's making steady progress. Rizzalia Ades Volvo 850 Estate is holding steady in 15th. Looks like they're not making much noise but staying consistent. Singoshi is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding their own with a quick lap of 1 minute 53.675. Not bad for an older model. Indus Platinum is driving a 1993 Renault 19 and is currently in the 8th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:55.16, so they're holding a steady pace, but not quite challenging the top. Amin-san is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. They're currently in 4th place and have a pretty quick lap time of 1 minute 53.93 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Singoshi is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier, which is quite the vintage choice. They're currently in 8th place, showing some good pace with a lap time of 1:53.675. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Singoshi is in 9th but just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push. Le Roussel is driving a 1993 Peugeot 405. They started in 1st and are currently in 2nd, holding a solid position. Their fastest lap is 1:54.04, just a bit behind the leader. Looks like they're keeping it steady but not pushing for the win yet. Silver Gaming is driving a 1998 Ford Mondeo and is currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is just behind the leader, so they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra. They're currently in the 16th place and running a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Hikorim-san is driving an Alfa Romeo 156 GT A from 1998. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time among the top 20, and currently in the 16th place. Zubasiki is driving a 1998 Ford Mondeo and is currently in 8th place. They're just a little behind the leader and seem to be holding steady, but no overtakes yet. Amy is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra Dot. She's holding 6th place and has a fastest lap of 1:53.833, so she's not doing too badly, but definitely not leading the pack. Amin-san is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate and currently sits in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a hair behind the leaders, so they're hanging in there. Looks like a solid race so far. Relaxed View is driving a Peugeot 405 and it is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:54.234. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're in the middle of the pack, maybe just waiting for a chance to make a move. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 2nd place. Amin-san and Le Roussel are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Singoshi and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for 6th. Silver Gaming advances to 11th place. Ingo McCringleberry climbs to 12th place. Pippi Langstrumpf moves up to 13th place. Amin-san's car is a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate, and they are currently in 5th place. They are holding a decent position but not quite challenging for the lead yet. The track's tight and winding nature is favoring the more agile cars like the Peugeot and Volvo estates, while the heavier Mondios and Vauxhalls are struggling to keep up. Amin-san is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap, just under 1:54.8. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Scott Dixon has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to claim 1st place. Le Roussel also advances 1 position, now sitting in 2nd Totot. Amin-san just snuck into 3rd place. Amy is right behind in 4th. Relaxed View is climbing up to 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 12th place. Hikorim-san is also moving up to 13th place. Looks like they're both making some progress. Maya is driving a 1993 Peugeot 405. She's currently in 8th place, close behind the leaders but not quite in the hunt for the podium yet. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a bit more speed to move up. Super Sigi is gaining on Singoshi, closing the gap by just over a second. Rizaldi Adha is really pushing, closing in on Silver Babing by 2.5 seconds. Hikori Hamsam is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in the 13th place, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra. She's currently in the 13th place and has a fastest lap time of 1:54.285. Looks like she's holding her own but still has some ground to make up. Singoshi advances to 5th place. Zupersigi climbs to 6th. Nurfolife moves into 7th. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 11th place. Rizaldia Adha is making a move to 15. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. She's currently in 10th place and has a pretty decent lap time, just behind the leader. Looks like she's holding her own in the mid-pack. Rizaldi Adha is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Their race looks steady, but not quite in the top tier, sitting in the 15th spot. Pippi is just behind Rizaldi Adha by a few car lengths, so it's a tight finish. Pippi's got the speed but needs to make a move soon or it's game over. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got the magic touch. Congrats on the win. Wow! Scott Dixon really showed them how it's done. Big congratulations on the win. That was some impressive driving. And now, a big shout out to Rizaldi Adha for the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Perfect for those weekend getaways or just cruising around in style. Pippi Langstrom, you took the victory in the bet race. You get a 1999 Opel Vectra. A real classic that's ready to hit the road. And let's not forget Hingle McCringleberry, who managed to overtake like a pro. You get a 1993 Renault 19. Just waiting to be driven into more adventures. Great race, everyone. And I can't wait to see what these AI cars have in store next. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, so don't miss out on your chance to choose your favorite racer. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got an Xagarax and a classic 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra and Wayne Gretzky and a vintage 1987 Porsche 959. Both are iconic in their own right, but totally different beasts. The Mustang is all about raw power and muscle, probably good for straight lines but might struggle with tight corners. The Porsche 959, on the other hand, is a savvy choice with its advanced aerodynamics and handling, especially on a circuit like Hawaii with those tricky turns. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Wayne Gretzky. The Porsche's design is more suited for a circuit like this with sharp turns and elevation changes. An Xagarax's Mustang might shout muscle car, but that's not always the best at those tight corners. Still, in the end, who knows with AI racing? Sometimes it's all about the algorithm's mood that day. But if I had to make a bet, I'd say the Porsche's gonna take this one. Alright everyone, looks like an Xagarax is kicking things off from pole position, piloting a classic 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra. This should be interesting to watch. Wayne Gretzky is leading the race right now with a solid start. An Xagarax is right behind in second place, giving chase. LXAP is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Amy is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 10. Athena CNC is inching closer to the top 6. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone to take 4th place. Pippi Langstrup and LXEXAXNT are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Amy is climbing up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrup just overtook LXEXAXNT for 3rd place. Athena CNC is closing in on them, now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is on a tier, overtaking 13 cars to claim the lead. Wayne Gretzky and Hingle are locked in a fierce battle for 1st place. Athena CNC is climbing up 1 spot to sit in 4th. Wayne Gretzky takes the lead, claiming the top spot. An Xagarax is right behind, moving into 2nd. Athena CNC sneaks into 3rd. Looks like the race is heating up. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Wildlife, chipping away at the gap. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is gaining 2 spots, now in 7th. Amy and Schoolbus Restev are nose to nose for 6th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Anaxagorax and Pippi Langstrom still locked in a close fight for 2nd. LXELX Nuti is closing in on Athena CNC, cutting the gap by over a second. Athena CNC is climbing up to 3rd place. Anaxagorax and Athena CNC are nose to nose for that spot. Gina Jones is making her way to 8th. Anaxagorax and Athena CNC are neck and neck for 3rd place. Amy is closing in on LXAXXCNA, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy is still chasing LXEXXXA, but hasn't made a move yet. Hingle McCringleberry is closing fast on Move for Life, and might be looking for a pass soon. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Porsche 959s, with Wayne Gretzky leading and Gina Jones close behind. The Lamborghini and Ferrari drivers are struggling to keep up with the pace. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground on Move for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Keep an eye on those two. They might have a showdown soon. Caffeinated Car is gaining ground on Darth Blazer and closing the gap. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into 4th place. Maya is climbing up to 10th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Schoolbus Restev, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is hot on Move for Life's tail, narrowing the distance by just a bit more. Anaxagorax is driving a 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra, starting from the 1st position. Their fastest lap is over 3 seconds slower than the leader, so it looks like they're holding the top spot but not exactly flying. LXE Shell X is climbing up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Move for Life, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Anaxagorax, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, closing in on Move for Life by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Anaxagorax, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon and I are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Move for Life, narrowing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya is now in 9th place, climbing up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Move for Life, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is driving an Audi Sport Quattro from 1984. He's currently in the 8th place and seems to be hanging around the mid-pack, not making much noise but staying steady. Wow, Wayne Gretzky, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Hey neighbor, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you return just in time for our AI car race. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos on the track. Wow! Wayne Gretzky took the checkered flag. Congratulations! Looks like you really drove that car to victory. And now, for some fun awards. Hingle McCringleberry, you got the fastest lap, so you can claim a classic 1987 Porsche 959. That's quite a retro beauty to add to your collection. Amy, you were the queen of overtakes today. You can take home a stunning 1985 Lamborghini Countach LP 5000 QV. Now that's some serious style on the streets. Great race, everyone. Stay tuned for more high-octane fun. Here's a fun fact for you, everyone. Modern street cars racing class is like taking your everyday ride and giving it a serious dose of adrenaline. They basically turn what you see on the road into supercharged beasts with high-tech aerodynamics and turbocharged engines. It's like your daily driver just decided to go for a world record. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your cars yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so don't miss your chance to get in on the action. Make your choice before it's too late and see which AI race car takes the lead. Hey Turbo Benzina! Great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Wow, what a matchup we have here. On one side we've got the chaotic weirdo in a 2003 Audi TT. That's a pretty solid choice for a bit of all-wheel drive stability, especially with that V6 under the hood. And then there's Super Siggy in a 2008 Ebar 500 SSS. Tiny but mighty, I suppose. It's a bit like taking a sharp, speedy squirrel versus a more laid-back, but slightly faster turtle. Given the cars on the track, I'd say that the chaotic weirdo might have the edge because of the Audi's more substantial power and better grip. The Ibara's probably gonna fight hard, but I wouldn't count out the Audi just yet. It's all about how the AI handles the corners and when it decides to unleash that V6. So, I'm leaning toward the Audi. But hey, anything can happen when the AI gets into the zone. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race is underway at Nashville Superspeedway infield. Tyler Drums 31 is starting on the front line, driving a 2010 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Let's see if that little hatchback can hold its ground in this AI showdown. Pippi Langström is taking an early lead, with Dyrock Official right behind in second place. Dr. Felix is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Biswat Ingyu is climbing fast, now in 18th place after overtaking 4 cars. No for Life is gaining ground, now in second place after moving up 2 spots. Dr. Felix and No for Life are nose to tail, fighting hard for second place. Frankie is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Captain Canadian are nose to tail, fighting for 8th. Tyler Drums 31 is storming ahead into first place. Captain Canadian is hot on his heels in second. Hingle May Kringleberry is making a strong push into third. The race is heating up fast. Hingle McCringleberry and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for second place. Maya just slipped past 1 car to take 9. New for Life and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 21st. Girl of Diamond is climbing to 3rd place. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Super Siggy, closing the gap by 2 seconds. New for Life and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 21st. Yama Priest is gaining fast on Girl of Diamond, the gap shrinking by almost 8 seconds. Maya is closing in on Super Siggy, making up over 12 seconds. Biswat Ingyo is closing in on Emerald Tig 398, reducing the distance by 10 seconds. Yama Priest is climbing to 5th place. Turbo Benzina is closing in on Girl of Diamond, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya and Super Siggy are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Captain Canadian are nose to tail for 2nd place. Turbo Benzina and Girl of Diamond are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Maya is climbing up to 8th, inching closer to the top 10. Yama Priest and The Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 4th place. Turbo Benzina just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Biswat Ingyo and Emerald Tig 398 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Yama Priest is climbing to 4th place. Maya is closing in on Girl of Diamond, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 13th. Pippi Langstrumpf just moved up one spot to take 15th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Riswa Chingyo are nose-to-nose for 14th place. Waifuana and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 20th. Maya just overtook Gerlof Diamond for 7th place. Looks like the battle for 7th is heating up. Eganite is closing in on the top 10, climbing to 11th. Captain Canadian takes the lead now. Turbo Benzina and Tejaotic Guerdo are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Amy climbs to 12th. Yama Priest is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by a second. Turbo Benzina has climbed one spot to 5th place. Popcorn Slayer is also moving up one spot, now in 17th. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Yama Priest, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Riswachingyo has moved up one spot to 13th. Popcorn Slayer is closing in on Emerald Tick 3988, reducing the gap by 1 second. The two are battling for 16th place. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is up to 14th place, also gaining one spot. New for Life is narrowing the gap to Down to Quest by 1.3 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy just overtook someone to move into the top 10. Bjornart and Amy are nose to tail for 10th place. Egenerite and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 11. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 4th place. Maya is closing in on Yama Priest, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Egenerite is moving up to 11th place. Egenerite and Bjornart are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Egenerite just snuck into the top 10. Egenerite and Super Siki are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Emerald Tick 3988 is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf fast enough to make it interesting. Well, look at that. Captain Canadian just crossed the finish line first. Guess they're the real captain of this race now. Congratulations! Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Captain Canadian for taking the win. Well done on steering those AI cars to victory. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a sweet 2016 Lexus ICE 350. Talk about modern street car goals. Pippi Langstrumpf, you're the overtaking master today. You did the most moves and you've earned yourself a shiny 2008 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Nice work! Sure thing. Did you know that the Alastaro Sprint short track is famous for its surprisingly twisty layout, considering its short length? It's like a roller coaster for cars, making it a real test of skill for the drivers. It's basically the playground for those who love a good challenge and a bit of chaos on the track. Alright. So we've got Pippi in the Metalex MTX 106 from 1981, and Zasacher in the Avia at E2 from 1978. Both are pretty vintage, so we're talking about some classic machinery here. The Metalex might have a slight edge with its more modern design for that era, possibly offering better handling and speed. But don't count out the Avia, especially if it's been well maintained and given its age. It could surprise us with some unexpected agility. My gut says Pippi with the Metalex might just take it because of that little bit of extra tech, and possibly smoother performance. But honestly, it's anyone's race, especially when the tracks and AI driving skills come into play. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race is off at the Alastaro Sprint short track. Leading the pack is Fragoa in the Formula 1300 class. Starting on pole with that vintage 1981, Estonia 21. Looks like a classic showdown is brewing. Fragut has shot to the front, leading the pack. Franquerti is holding strong in second place, and Crate Chaser is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Franquerti just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is closing in on Krikshki for third place. Kikrishk and Amy are neck and neck. This is getting spicy. Rex Sarah is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Yaki Ramen is also making moves, now in 14th place after passing 3 cars. Kekrishk and Amy are locked in a close duel for third. Looks like a showdown brewing. Scott Dixon is in the 15th place, driving a 1977 Melkus MT77 2A. Looks like he's stuck behind some slower cars, not making much progress. Maya is now in 6th place, closing in on the top 5. Naiba has gained 2 spots and is now in 15th. Naiba and Yaki Ramen are nose to nose for 14th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Ragu is leading the race in a 1981 Estonia 21. Looks like they're holding on to the top spot pretty comfortably so far. Hingle McCringleberry is in 12th place, driving a 1977 Melkus MT 77 2-Teal. The race looks tight for them, but they're holding their position for now. The track seems to favor the faster lap times, with the top drivers pushing close to a minute 2. Overtakes are happening on the straights, so the layout likely rewards straight line speed over cornering. The track's tight and technical layout seems to favor the quicker lapers like Amy and Rex Neeser, while the slower starters are struggling to catch up. Maya is in 7th place, driving the 1977 Melkus MT 77 2-2. Her lap time is noticeably slower than the leaders, so it looks like she's struggling to keep up. Fragu is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly pushing hard. Looks like he's got a good shot at winning if he keeps this pace. Rex Mehrer is driving an Estonia 21 from 1981. They're currently in the 13th place, a bit behind the leaders, with a decent lap time of 12.719. Looks like a steady race so far. Naibe is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leaders. He's got the pace to move up if he keeps it consistent. Yaki Raman is driving an Estonia 21 from 1981. They're currently in 15th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Naibe is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind. He might be aiming for a late surge. The track's short and tight layout is causing close battles and frequent overtakes. Fast laps are crucial here, and some drivers are pushing their limits to gain positions. Kirschke is driving a 1977 Melkus MT77-2. They're currently in 4th place, just behind Amy and in front of Gina. Looks like a solid mid-race position with room to move up. Naibe is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 16th. He might sneak into the top 10 if he keeps this pace. Pippi Langström is holding a solid 9th, but Zasater is right behind in 10th. It's a close fight, but Zasater has the edge with a faster lap. Amy just overtook Fragot and is now in 2nd place. Fragu is hanging on close behind, still battling for that spot. Congratulations to Frankfurti for taking the top spot at Alistar's sprint short. Looks like they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Alright, massive congratulations to Frankfurti for taking the win. Way to dominate that race. Now, for the drivers vying for some cool rides. Naibe, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1977 Melkus MT77-2. And Pippi Langström, since you won the betting race, you can claim the 1981 Metal X MTX 106. Nice work, everyone! Who's feeling lucky for the next round? A fun fact about the 1964 Shelby Cobra 427 is that it was like a tiny beast on wheels, packing a massive 7-liter V8 engine that roared with around 425 horsepower. It was built to dominate the racetracks and leave everyone in the dust, proving that size isn't everything but power sure helps. Plus, it's one of those cars that looks like it's ready to burst out of the garage and race off into a legend. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The clock is ticking down faster than a turbocharged engine. Make your choice before it's too late. or you'll be stuck with whatever's left in the chaos. Hurry up! Well, both cars are from the Ferrari family, so we're talking about some serious speed here. The Ferrari 488 GTB is known for its agility and sharp handling, making it a real nimble competitor. Meanwhile, the F12 TDF is more of a beast with its V12 engine and raw power. Given the track's twisty nature, I might lean towards a Bombsy in the 488 GTB for better maneuverability. But Stephen Brinkley's car has the outright speed to potentially overtake on the straights. It could come down to who makes the fewest mistakes. So, who do I think will win? Honestly, it's a close call, but I'm going to give a slight edge to the Ferrari F12 TDF. Let's see if that power can dominate the finesse. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodromo Lago Maggiore West Reverse. And in pole position we have Waffling Otters in a 2011 Lamborghini Aventador. Looks like he's got the early lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it against these other speed demons. Waffling Otters has taken an early lead. Vagrant Tinter is right behind in second, and Asinone is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Gina Jones is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 12. Whitfrey out 25 is also on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 25. Ingle McCringleberry just gained 1 position, now sitting in 5th. Stankit is on a roll, climbing from behind to 11th place. Mover Life is making a move, now in 26th after overtaking 4 cars. Akanone is gaining ground, now in 2nd place after moving up 1 spot. Maya is on the charge, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is right behind, now in 13 after passing 4. Tails Australia is also making moves, now in 16 after a similar surge. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast to 2nd place. The Grunton Shunter and Waffling Otters are still nose to nose for 3rd. Gina Jones is making a move to 7th. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach 17. Vagrantan Shunter just nudged up 1 to sit comfortably in 3rd. Yamchabi Panda also moved up 1 to 4th, and now those two are nose to nose for 3rd place. Looks like a battle for the podium is brewing. Popcorn Slayer is slicing through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Chubby Panda is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Gina Jones is also making moves, now in 6th after gaining 1 spot. Story Forge is really having a rough time dropping to 28th place. Gina Jones is climbing steadily to 5th. Stankit is making a move to 8th and is now battling it out with Hingle McCringleberry for 7th. The fight for those middle positions is heating up. Tailless of Strilly is on the move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rikuharu G is having a tough time, dropping back 7 spots to 22nd. Story Forge is making a comeback, also overtaking 3 cars to settle into 25th. Welcome back, AI Rafael. Glad to see you return just in time for our high-speed AI car showdown. Hope you're ready for some intense racing action. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. I am inching closer to 7th. Amy is making a nice jump to 9th. The race is heating up. Stankit is closing in on Vagrant Enter, cutting the gap by a second. Amy and Waffling Otters are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Aminsan is climbing up to 11th, just 1 spot ahead. Aminsan and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Pippi Langstrom has just taken the lead, now in 1st place. Akinona and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-tail fighting for the top spot. Chubby Panda is closing the gap on Akinoni, now just 1 second behind. New for Life is on a roll, climbing to 16th place. Story Forge is also making moves, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has inched up 1 spot to 6th place, keeping the pressure on the leaders. Amy and Aminsan are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Tales of Strilly is catching Popcorn Slayer, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Grumpy Sheriff is closing in on Pumpkin Offglory, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Turbo Benzina is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 28. Gina Jones is climbing steadily into 3rd place. Amy is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the checkered flag. Looks like she's got racing in her blood. Well done, champion. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took that victory like a true champion. Congratulations on the win. That was quite the impressive race. And for New for Life, with the most overtakes under their belt, they're now the proud owner of a 2007 Mazda Furai. Nice work on the aggressive driving. Time to hit the streets in style. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Sochi Autodrome circuit, I'd probably go with the 1990 Nissan Skyline GT R32. That car is legendary for its advanced technology and all-wheel drive system, which make it a real giant on twisty tracks like Sochi. The others are great classics or fast in their own right, but the Skyline's combination of power, handling, and stability just gives it a serious edge. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks quick before the AI car race kicks into high gear. Don't miss out on your chance to root for your favorite. Get those selections in now. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup, isn't it? The BMW M3 from 1986 is legendary for its balanced handling and raw driving spirit, but the Ford Sierra RS 500 from 1989 is known for its turbocharged power and straight-line speed. Given Sochi's mix of tight corners and long straights, I'd say the Ford Sierra might have the edge on the straights thanks to its turbocharged engine. But the BMW's agility could help it claw back some positions in the twisty sections. If I had to put my virtual money on one, I'd probably lean towards the Ford Sierra S500 just because of its raw speed. But don't count the BMW out just yet, especially if the AI gets clever with its cornering. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Gina Jones is leading the pack from pole position in a classic 1989 Ford Sierra R S500. This is going to be a nostalgic showdown at Sochi Autodrome. Stay tuned. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Dr. Keep Appleway in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to catch up. Rafael and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for third place. Maya is climbing up to seventh, just one spot behind New for Life. That battle for seventh is heating up. Looks like Maya might have her hands full. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to ninth place. Amy and Hingle are still battling for that spot. Connor Mality is also making moves and is now in 11th place. Lil Sprout just moved up one spot to 12th place. Aminsan and Bobardo are nose to nose for 14th place. Chris 44 is closing in on the Tusos, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. The Group A cars are dominating the front with powerful classic models, while Group N is trailing behind with more modest vehicles. The Sochi track favors the Group A's speed and handling, giving them a clear edge. Maya and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. No Roo for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1/3 seconds. Its Bumblebee is climbing up to 17th place, making moves. Maya is driving a 1989 Ford Sierra R S500 and is currently in 8th place. Looks like she's trying to make a move but hasn't quite made it yet. The car's fast, but the race is still up for grabs. Connor Malady is driving a classic Toyota E86, a favorite among purists. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a calm, steady race for now. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Lotusos nudges up 1 spot to 18th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1989 Ford Sierra RS500. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Kickass Lady X3 is driving a 1994 Opel Astra FGSI, a car known for its nimbleness. She's currently in the 16th place, trying to make some moves but still has some ground to cover. Maya is driving a 1989 Ford Sierra S500, a classic group, a car known for its power and agility. Currently in 8th place, she's trying to catch up but still has some ground to make up. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 9th place. Nova Life and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 9th. Looks like a close one there. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to win. Congratulations on the well-deserved win. Wow, Gina Jones really took the checkered flag. Great race, Gina. You definitely earned that victory. And look at that. Congrats to Amy for winning the bet race. You can now claim that stylish 1989 Ford Sierra RS500. Maya, you also did an impressive job with the most overtakes, so you get to add the same classic to your collection. It's a good day for both of you. Sure. Did you know that back in the 1960s and earlier, racing cars were often so slow by today's standards that drivers sometimes had to get creative to make the race interesting? They'd use techniques like drafting to squeeze every bit of speed from their cars, or even just enjoy the leisurely pace while navigating the tracks. It's almost charming how different the thrill of racing was back then, isn't it? Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the race starts. Make sure you get your choice in now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the action. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both of these cars are absolute classics, but if I had to pick, I might lean towards the Bugatti. It's got that sleek aerodynamic design that screams speed and elegance. The Talbot logo is stunning, but maybe a little more for looks than pure racing prowess. It's going to be a close race, but I'd say the Bugatti might just edge out ahead with its legendary reputation for power and style. Let's see if the AI drivers can keep that vintage charm in check. Alright folks, Singoshi is setting the pace on pole with a classic 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter at the LEGO Speed Champions track. Those vintage wheels are surprisingly quick for their age. Let's see if they can hold the lead or if the modern speed demons will catch up. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by me, Maya in second place. Singoshi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start already. Captain Trippy is now in third place. Hingo McCringleberry has climbed to fifth. Unstabil is in seventh after moving up one spot. Mark Redfield just climbed one spot to take 8th place. The Betty White Show also moved up one spot, now in 12th. Singoshi is driving a 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter, a classic beauty with a lot of history. They are currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Looks like a solid race so far. Captain Trippy is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Singoshi is climbing steadily into 3rd. Hingo McCringleberry is also making moves into 4th. Maya is holding steady in the top 3, no surprises there. Unstabil is climbing up to 5th, inching closer to the leaders. Mark Redfield is also making moves, now in 6th. Amy's drop to 15th looks like a rough ride. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Unstabil is now in 4th. Mark Redfield has moved into 5th. Looks like everyone's in a rush today. Unstabil is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is now in 7th. Amy is making her way to 14th. The Betty White Show is driving a 1962 Triumph TR3B. They're currently in the 10th place, so their race seems to be a steady climb, but still has some ground to cover. Unstabil is right behind Maya now, closing the gap by a second. The Betty White Show just moved up 1 spot to 9. Amy is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Unstabil is really eager to catch Maya now. The gap shrinks by 2.1 seconds. Mark Redfield just sneaked into the top 5, climbing 1 spot to 4th. Pippi Langström's car is a 1966 Lotus Cortina, known for its agility and classic British charm. They are currently in 12th place, holding steady but not making much progress yet. Imus Gordon is climbing to 8th place. Captain Trippy is catching up to Gina Jones, closing the gap by just over a second. Imobius just made a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Pippi Langström is not backing down, grabbing one more position to sit 10. Those two are now locked in a close fight for 9th place. Unstabil is creeping closer to Maya, closing the gap by over a second. Pippi Langström is climbing up 2 spots to secure 8th place. Imus Gordon and Mobius are locked in a fierce duel for 9th position. Imus Gordon and Mobius are nose to tail for 9th place. Captain Trippy is sneaking up to take the 14th spot. Unstabil is climbing up to 2nd place. Mark Redfield is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Imus Gordon is making moves, jumping 2 spots to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Mark Redfield, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Captain Trippy is inching closer to Singoshi, chipping away at the lead by 1/40 seconds. Wow, looks like Enwu for life just took the crown. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, congratulations to New for Life for taking the win. Well played. That was a fantastic performance. And hey, since New for Life also snagged the fastest lap, they get to claim that stunning 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. Talk about a sweet vintage ride. And big shout out to Marketfield for not only winning the bet race but also making the most overtakes today. That's some serious skill. They're entitled to claim the 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Airlife twice. So I guess they're now the proud owner of one incredible vintage car. Great effort all around, folks. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Bannockbrae circuit, I would go with the 2018 Ferrari FH Tributo. It's got that perfect mix of speed, agility, and handling to conquer a challenging track like Bannockbrae. Plus, it just looks like it's ready to tear up the asphalt and leave the others in its dust. Alright everyone, time to pick your champion. The clock is ticking, so if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the moment. Don't miss out on the thrill of watching these AI contenders go head to head. Alright, so we've got Gina Jones in that 2012, Zenvos T1, and Celestial Inari in a 2015 Ferrari F12 TDF. Both are pretty powerful. But the Zenvo is known for its crazy speed and raw power, despite being a bit older. The Ferrari's got the finesse and cornering skills, but sometimes it's all about who can handle the track better and push those limits. I'd say Gina's Zenvo might have a slight edge in a straight-line race because of that raw power, but Celestial Inari's Ferrari could surprise us with its agility. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards Gina's Zenvo for the win. Let's see if the Ferrari can prove me wrong. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Bannockbrae, and Calicon Bunny is starting on pole with a 2012 Noble M600, a true beast from the supercar class. Buckle up! It's gonna be a wild ride. Swell Place TV has taken the lead right out of the gate. Calicon Bunny is holding strong in second place, and Roger Bar 302 is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight start so far. Roger Bar 302 is climbing up to second place. Aden Flash is also advancing, now in fourth. Equinox Do and Aden Flash are neck and neck for fourth position. Morning Starzel advances to 8th place. Morning Starzel and Resource are nose to tail for 7th. Justin Gilks climbs 2 spots to 9th. Morning Starzle is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 5th place. Admin Flash just nudged up 1 spot to 3rd. Equinox to Morning Starzle are nose to tail in a fierce fight for 5th. Kaboomper and Rosaurus are nose to tail for 7th place. Rosaurus just nudged ahead. Lazy Towner is climbing steadily to 17. Calican Bunny is gaining on Admin Flash, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. They are battling hard for 3rd place. Rosaurus and Equinox 2 are also fighting for 6th place, keeping it interesting. Morning Starzle just climbed to 4th place. Rosaurus moved up to 6th. Kaboomper is now in 7th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Rosaurus and Calican Bunny are nose to nose for 5th place. Justin Yilks just gained 1 spot to sit in 8th. Celestia Linari is also climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Celestia Linari and Equinox 2 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Morning Starzle and Admin Flash are neck and neck for 3rd place. Rosaurus and Calican Bunny are also battling closely for 5th. Celestia Linari is making a move, climbing up to 9th. Morning Starzle has climbed to 3rd place. Rosaurus has moved into 5th. Justin Gilks is now in 7th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot to 21st place. New for Life also moved up 1 spot to 23rd. Aisley and Mew for Life are now nose to nose for 23rd. Justin Gilks is climbing to 6th place. Jared Plays is now in 11th. 192X has moved up to 17th. Dream 192X just overtook Frogsworth to take the 16th place. Frogsworth isn't giving up easily though. They're still nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Drilletsco and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 12th place. Lazy Towner and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Aminsan is climbing up, now in 19th. Kaboomper is climbing to 7th place. Lazy Towner is now in 14th. Aminsan has moved up to 18th. Lazy Towner and Draletsco are locked in a tight fight for 13th place. Dream 192X is inching up to 14. Frankenbalz is climbing to 17. Frankenbalz and Frogsworth are battling for 16. Lazy Towner and Draletsco are locked in a close fight for the 13th place. Frankenbalz is sneaking up 1 spot to 19. Rosaurus is climbing up to 4th place. Justin Gilks has also moved up 1 spot to 5th. Admin Flash and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Morningstar is gaining on Roger Bear 302, closing the gap by a second. Justin Gilks and Rosaurus are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Kaboomper is closing in on Adamflash, cutting the distance by a solid 1.6 seconds. Justin Gilks is climbing to 4th place. Technesty is making a move to 20. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 20. Technesty and Pippi are nose to nose for that spot. Aisley is sneaking into 22. Aisley and Technesty are battling for 21. Kaboomper and Adamflash are nose to tail for 6th place. Lazy Towner and Drew192X are locked in a close fight for 14th. Frankenbuzz is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Let's Go is closing in on Equinox 2, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Lazy Towner has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Drew192X and Lazy Towner are battling hard for that same spot. Lazy Towner is inching closer to Gina Jones. They are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Well, look at that. Swell-placed V claiming victory again. Guess they just can't be stopped. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Swell-placed V really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was some serious driving skill right there. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the streak in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Porsche 917K would probably have the edge on the Barcelona GP circuit. It's known for its incredible speed and handling finesse and racing history. While the Ferrari 512 models are impressive, the Porsche 917K was built for endurance and fast corners, making it a strong contender in this lineup. The Ford T40 MKR Ford is a legendary car too, but I think it might struggle a bit with the technical turns. So, my bet is on the Porsche 917K, cruising to the finish line in 1st place. Welcome back, Katsushuk. Glad to see you returning to the chaotic world of AI racing. Get ready for some high-speed, pixelated action. Hey everyone! If you've ever cheered bits in the chat, you can now display a bits badge next to your name. Just a little way to show off your support and your bits bragging rights. So go ahead, flaunt it. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up about the special event races we do 3 times a week. They happen on Mondays at 1 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 a.m., and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're into these races, I highly recommend checking out our Discord because all the juicy details are there. The events kick off with a full practice session to warm up those engines and get a feel for the track. Then we move into qualifying so you can see who's feeling confident and quick today. And finally, the main event is a super long race that really tests the driver's stamina and skill. So if you want to stay in the loop and not miss out on the action, definitely join the Discord. Trust me, you won't want to miss these epic battles on the track. Hey everyone, if you want to support the stream without spending a dime, just tell your friends about it. Sharing is caring, and it helps more people find out about these crazy AI car races. Thanks for hanging out and spreading the word. Alright everyone, get those hands ready and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want any spectators in the race, do we? Hurry up and make your choice. Oh wow! This is quite the throwback showdown. Gabby with the vintage Lola T70 Marcanacetta, a beauty from the golden era of racing, versus Pippi in the wild and experimental Porsche 91720. Now, the Lola is sleek and has that raw classic racing vibe, but the Porsche 91720, also known as the Pink Pig, was notorious for its innovative design and high speed. Considering the track at Barcelona, which favors agility and handling, I'd say the Porsche might have the edge because of its aerodynamic design and power. But the Lola's classic charm and balanced build could surprise us if it gets the right line. So, my bet? I'm thinking Pippi, with that extra punch, might just edge out Gabby. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. What do you all think? Alright folks, this epic race was requested by yours truly, so feel free to thank me later. We're kicking off here at the Barcelona GP track with Hingle McCringleberry on pole in a stunning 1971 Porsche 917 LH. Buckle up. This is going to be a wild one. Hingle McCringleberry has shot to the front, holding the lead. Tyler Drums 31 is right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is hanging in there in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. The Goldnerd is trying to hold off Amy for fourth place. Gina Jones and Lithocop are still nose to nose for 8th. Beef Sliders just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Billy is making a move, now in 27th place after passing 3 cars. Tyler Drums 31 is holding the lead at the very top. The Goldnerd and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 3rd place. Looks like a close fight. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 2nd place. Lithocarp and Kazishuk are locked in a close fight for 7th. Bees McGee just gained 1 spot and is now in 24th. The Goldnerd is climbing fast into 2nd place. Lithocarp is making a move into 7th. Beef Sliders is inching into 13th. V39 is closing in on Cobracle, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ has moved up 1 spot to take 29th place. D-Toxins and Chubby Boy RJ are battling closely for 29th position. Gabitha Minimac and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Katsishuk just gained 1 spot to sit in 7th. Shoebox TV and Hekore Hamsam are locked in a close fight for 19th. Shoebox TV is climbing nicely to 19th place. Gary 17 is also moving up to 21st. Hunman and Gary 17 are nose to nose for 21st. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 3rd place. Shoebox TV and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a close fight for 18th. London just overtook 1 car and is now in 21st. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Gina Jones and Lithocarp are still nose to nose for 8th. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing 1 spot to 26th. Gabitha Minimac is climbing up to 5th place. Katsushuk is now 6th. Gina Jones is making her way at 8th. The race is heating up. Cobracle is climbing up to 14th place. Scott Dixon and Cobracle are nose to nose for that position. Pondon is sneaking into 21. Scott Dixon and Cobracle are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Gary 17 just gained 1 position and is now in 21st. Shoebox TV is inching closer to Crazy Sweetbutt. Looks like a little bump could turn this into a real showdown. Uchitsero and Move Life are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Shoebox TV has edged up to 17th. Gliding Penguin is climbing to 22nd. Sots Fight is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ fast, just 9 seconds behind now. Chubby Boy RJ has climbed 2 spots to 26th place. Detoxness is also moving up, 1 spot to 28. Maya is feeling the heat from New for Life, closing in fast. Ingle McCringleberry is trying to hold his ground, but Amy's gaining ground. Gliding Penguin is climbing up the ranks, now in 21st place. Maya is gaining on Lithocarp and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a move is imminent. Chubby Boy RJ is also closing in on Kilo Juliet Delta, shrinking the distance by 1/33 seconds. Things are heating up. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing to 24th place. Chubby Boy RJ is catching up to 25th. Sots Fired is pushing to 26th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Big Old Nerd, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gabby the Minimac is catching up to Amy, shrinking the distance by 1.1 seconds. Lithocarp is climbing the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 8th place. Pundin is now just a few seconds behind Bees McGee. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Big Old Nerd, but not enough to make it dramatic yet. Amy is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, so keep an eye out for a possible move there. Gliding Penguin is definitely having a rough time dropping to 28th place. Bees McGee is closing in fast, cutting nearly 6 seconds off that gap. Shoebox CV and BD39 are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot, so keep an eye on that. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 6th place. Lithocarp is closing in on Kazushuk, cutting the gap by over a second. And I am moving up to 9th place. Slowly but surely. Beef Sliders and Butchie Zero are nose to tail for 11th place. Gary 710 is rapidly gaining on Hickory Hamsam, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Pondon is on the hunt for Bees McGee, chipping away at the gap by a little over 2 seconds. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing to second place. Katsushuk is advancing to fifth. Lithocarp is moving into sixth. Looks like the race is heating up. Cobraco is on a roll climbing from behind. Gina Jones is making her way up nicely. And look at Maya sneaking into the top 10 just behind Gina. Things are heating up. Hikari Hamzam is on a roll climbing up to the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Beef Sliders and I are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place, neck and neck. Data 9 is closing in on Shoebox TV, chipping away at the gap by a second and a half. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Buchitero has moved into 9th. Gary 17 is making a move into 18th. Buchitero is driving a Porsche 91720, a car famous for its innovative aerodynamics and high speed. They're currently in 11th place, close behind the leaders but not quite catching up. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to make a move. Buchitero is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Cobraco has climbed 1 spot into 10th. Scott Dixon is inching closer to New for Life, reducing the gap by just over a second. Hingle Kringleberry is creeping up on Tyler Drums 31, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Lithocarp is gaining on Kazushuk, chipping away at 1.33 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt is inching closer to VD39, also trimming the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Shoebox TV is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is inching closer to Gabitha Minimac, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Lithocarp is gaining on Kazushuk, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are now locked in a close fight for 12th place. Scott Dixon and Beef Sliders are neck and neck for 11th place. Kilo Julieta is closing in on Manama Styla 20 front, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Billiard, closing the distance by 1 second. Lithocarp is gaining on Kazushuk, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Buchitero and Maya are nose to nose for 8th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 11th, making moves. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Bees McGee, cutting the gap by 5.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in first. Katsushuk is gaining on Amy, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Buchitero and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 7th place. Zotsfired is sneaking up on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by over a second. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on Bees McGee, chopping almost 2.5 seconds off. Tyler Drums 31 and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for the lead. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Hikari Hamzam, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on Bees McGee, shrinking the distance by 1.3 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 takes the lead, now in first place. Big Old Nerd climbs to second. Crazy Sweet Butt is closing in on Shoebox TV, chipping away at the gap. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Katsushuk is now in 4th. Lithocarp has moved into 5th. Amy is closing in on the top 3. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 17. Maya is climbing up to 8th and Cobracle is just behind in 9th, both making steady progress. Katsushuk is closing in on Amy pretty quickly now. Hikori Hamzam just overtook someone to land in 17th. Pippi Langstrump is also making moves, climbing into 18th. Gila Juliet Delta is climbing up to 19th place. Belial is sneaking into 20th place. Minamai Stylia 21 is inching into 21st place. Looks like a little upward shuffle. Buchitsero is climbing up to 6th place. Cobracle is also advancing, now in 8th. Maya and Cobracle are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy is currently in 3rd place with a Porsche 917K. Her fastest lap is 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. The Gold Nerd is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is inching closer to Hikari Hamzam, narrowing it down by 1.3 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up 1 spot to take the 22nd position. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. The Goldnut is closing in on Tyler Drums 31, chipping away at the gap by 3.1 seconds. Buchitsero is sneaking up the ranks, climbing 1 spot to 5th. Gina Jones is gaining on Lithocarp with a 1.1 second reduction. Crazy Sweet Butt is closing in on Milvu for Life, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Gary 710 is climbing up to 15th place, making moves. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 16th place. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on Zotsfired, cutting the gap by a second. .1. Chubby Boy RJ is gaining on My Styler 24th, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gabitha Minimac is inching closer to Zotsfired, closing it by 1.2 seconds. Hondan is also making a move on Bees McGee, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. The Goldnut is holding steady at the front. Katsushuk is right behind. Amy now just a blink away. Buchitsero and Kazushuk are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Buchitsero is climbing up to 4th place now. Katsushuk and Buchitsero are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Billy is making a move, up to 18. Chubby Boy RJ is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, cutting the gap by nearly 13 seconds. Big Oldnerd is chipping away at Tyler Drums 31, closing the distance by just over a second. Buchitsero is on the move, climbing 1 spot to grab 3rd place. Lithocarp and Kazushuk are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Gary 17, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Minami Styler 21, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Lithocarp with a 1.3 second push. Shoebox TV is inching closer to Crazy Sweetbutt by a second. Hingle McCringleberry is narrowing the gap to Minami Styler 21 by 1.2 seconds. Looks like everyone's in a hurry today. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. Scott Dixon has also gained 1 position, now in 9th. Beef Sliders is rapidly closing the gap on Cobra Cole, trimming it down by 3.4 seconds. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 8th place. Lithocarp is inching forward, now in 5th. Katsushuk and Lithocarp are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th position. Lithocarp is inching closer to Amy and closing the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8th place. Move for Life is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Buchitsero is hot on Big Aldnerd's tail, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Move for Life is creeping closer to Beef Sliders, chipping away at 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching up on Crazy Sweetbutt, narrowing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ is gaining fast on Gabitha Minimac, the gap shrinking significantly. Lithocarp is inching closer to Amy and might be in striking distance soon. New for Life is catching Beef Sliders at a steady pace, not much time before they are nose to tail. Big Oldnerd is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lithocarp has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. I am closing in on Scott Dixon, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Maya and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 8th place. Buchitsero is gaining on Big Oldnerd, closing the gap by 1 second. Amy is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones is narrowing the distance to Kazushuk, cutting it down by 1.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 13th place. Gary 17 is narrowing the distance to Shoebox TV by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching Gary 17, cutting the gap by just over 2 seconds. Cobracle just overtook someone to climb to 9th place. Maya and Cobracle are nose to tail for that same spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on War for Life, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching New for Life, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Mina Maistyle at 21 is climbing up 1 spot to 16th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on New for Life, cutting the gap by a second. Gabby Minimac is moving up to 17. Buchitero is gaining on Big Old Nerd, closing the gap by 1 second. Gina Jones is also making moves, reducing her distance to Lithocarp by 1.2 seconds. And look at Maya climbing 2 spots to sit in 8th place. Maybe the race is heating up. Gina Jones is closing in on Lithocarp with a 1.4 second gap. New for Life is climbing 2 spots to take 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is moving up 1 spot to 12. Katsushuk is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 11th place. Shoebox TV is making a move, now in 12th place after jumping 2 spots. Gabitha Minimac is climbing nicely to 14th place. Mina Maistyle at 21 is also making moves to 15th place. Hikari Hamzam is catching up to 16th place. Everyone's on the move today. Big Old Nerd is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by over a second. Kilo Juliet Delta is inching closer to Chubby Boy RJ. Just a second behind. Detoxins is on the move, closing in on Zots Fired by nearly a second and a half. Amy is gaining on Butchazero, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf and New for Life are battling for 10th place. Shoebox TV is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is right behind Kazushuk now, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed 1 spot to take 10th place. Gabby Minimac is gaining on Gary 17, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Billy is right behind Kilo Juliet Delta now, just a second apart. Gliding Penguin is closing in on Detoxins quickly, a little over a second behind. Scott Dixon has gained a spot and is now in the 25th position. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on Gary 17 fast, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Katsushuk is inching closer to Gina Jones, just a little over 2 seconds behind. Shoebox TV is catching up to New for Life, closing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Billy is almost on Chubby Boy RJ's tail now. Scott Dixon is gaining on Pondon, closing the gap by just over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is creeping up on Rinop T4 too, inching closer by the same margin. Things are heating up at the back. Gina Jones is gaining on Lithocarp, but still has a bit to go. Shoebox TV is making a move on U for Life, and is closing the gap quickly. Kilo Juliet Delta is catching up to Hikare Hamsam at a decent pace. Billy is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, closing in on Renok T4 by 2.7 seconds. Gary 17 is catching up to Shoebox TV fast, just a few seconds behind now. Gabitha Minimac is hot on Gary 17's tail, closing the distance steadily. Billy is creeping up on Chubby Boy RJ, but still has some work to do to catch him. Lithocarp is gaining on Amy and closing the gap nicely. Moo for Life is creeping up on Pippi Langstrumpf and making it interesting. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Gary 17 and might be ready to make a move soon. Beef Sliders is now in 8th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Pondon, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is hot on VD39's tail, closing in by 2.4 seconds. Bujitero is gaining on Big Old Nerd, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Lithocarp, closing by 1.6 seconds. Beef Sliders is inching closer to Kazishuk, closing by 1.8 seconds. Bujitero is hot on Big Gold Nerd's tail now, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Zots Fired is inching closer to Detox, just a bit over a second behind. Bees McGee is gaining ground on Gliding Penguin, closing nearly 3.5 seconds. No for Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf and closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gabitha Minimac is catching Gary 17 and closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Billy is climbing up the field and has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th place. Gabitha Minimac is gaining on Gary 17, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Scott Dixon is inching closer to Pondon, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is hot on Pondon's tail, closing in by 2.3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking up on VD39, reducing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Looks like the race is heating up. Beef Sliders is now just a car length behind Katsushuk. Detox is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap to less than a second. Scott Dixon is inching closer to Pondin, but still a few seconds back. Buchicero is gaining on Big Gold Nerd, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Gliding Penguin is closing in on Zots Fired, cutting the gap by 2.9 seconds. Gliding Penguin and Zots Fired are battling for the 21st spot. Lithocarp is climbing to 4th place. Gabby the Minimac is closing in on Gary 17, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Gliding Penguin is moving up to 21st place. Gina Jones is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gabby the Minimac is catching up to Gary 17, also by 1.2 seconds. Looks like everyone's in a hurry today. Beef Sliders is right behind Katsushuk now, closing the gap to just over a second. Beef McGee is gaining on Zots Fired as well, inching closer by a little over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is on the move, reducing the distance to VD39 by 2 seconds. Looks like some serious pressure building up. Lithocarp is gaining on Buchicero. Katsushuk is closing in on Gina Jones. Shoebox TV is creeping up on Move for Life. Detox is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by 2.3 seconds. Cobra Call is inching closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Shoebox TV is gaining on New for Life, now just a second behind. Scott Dixon and Pondin are nose-to-nose for 24th. Cobra Call is closing the distance on Scott Dixon by another 1.3 seconds. Beef Sliders is closing in on Katsushuk, now just a few car lengths behind. Gary 17 is gaining on Shoebox TV, closing the gap slightly. Gabbith the Minimac is creeping up on Gary 17, looking to make a move soon. Gary 17 advances 1 spot to 12th place. Cobra Call climbs 2 spots to 24th. Zots Fired and Cobra Call are neck and neck for 24th. Beef Sliders is closing in on Katsushuk, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Gabbith the Minimac is closing in on Shoebox TV, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Detoxins has moved up 1 spot to take the 19th position. Kilo Juliet Delta is gaining on Hikori Hamzam, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gliding Penguin is closing in on Chubby Boy, RJ, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Cobra Call has moved up 1 spot to take the 23rd position. V39 is really on the hunt now, closing in on Crazy Sweet Butt with a 5.1 second gap. Lithocarp is gaining on Buchicero, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Beef Sliders just moved up 1 spot to claim 7th place. Lithocarp is gaining on Buchazero, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Beef Sliders is inching closer to Gina Jones. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to me, closing the distance by just over a second. Big Goldnut is gaining on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is catching up to Lithocarp, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Beef Sliders is inching closer to Gina Jones, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wow, Tyler Drums 31, you must be thrilled. Winning at Barcelona is no small feat. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations to Tyler Drums 31 for taking the win. That was a fantastic race, totally nail-biting. As for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Pippi Langstrumpf, you did an awesome job winning the bet race. So you're the proud new owner of that rare 1971 Porsche 91720. Well earned. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's the time to get those selections in before we start racing. Don't miss your shot to see which AI vehicle will dominate the track. Hurry up and choose. Welcome back, Adam KTA. Glad to see you return just in time for some thrilling AI car races. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. Ooh, that's a classic showdown. The 1975 March 751 is a legendary F1 car, known for its agility and speed. But the Surtees TS16 has a reputation for being surprisingly reliable and balanced. It's like choosing between a sleek, fast cat and a sturdy old dog. Hingle McCringleberry's March might just have a slight edge on the track because of its agility. But don't count out the Platinum era in the Surtees. It could surprise us with a steady, strategic race. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the March 751 edging out in the end. We'll see if the Surtees can pull off an upset though. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Highlands Motorsport Park Long Track. Gary 710 is starting on pole in a classic 1975 Tyrrell 07. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the AI has other plans. Baithralin has taken an early lead, with Gary 710 right behind in second place. New For Life is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. New For Life just overtook someone to take second place. Aminsan and Plebis 3 are still neck and neck for 7th. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 11th. Scott Dixon is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Latinumera is also on the rise, grabbing 14th after a similar surge. Plebis 3 seems to be having a rough time, dropping 8 spots to 15th. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 10 spots to 8th place. X Ragnaroks and Platinumera are nose-to-nose for 14th. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 19th. Justin Gilks is climbing up to 3rd place. Dr. Felix is closing in on Amy with a 1.3 second gap. Adam Kelly is making moves up to 8th place. Pippi Langström is driving a Hill GH1 and currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is currently in 7th place trying to keep up. Nox Exodus is gaining on Adam JT3 and is now just a second behind. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon and has cut the gap to less than a second. Maya is holding steady in 9th place, but Pebis 3 is definitely making her work for it. Tyler just climbed to 16th, so he's on the move. Amy and Cobb are still locked in that fierce fight for 5th. Platinumera is racing a Surtees TS16, which is quite a classic choice. They're currently in the 13th place, so they're making a bit of a climb but still have some ground to cover. Dr. Felix and Cobb are a nose to tail for 6th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 10th. Dr. Felix is racing a March 751 and is currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite making moves yet. Gina Jones just moved up one spot to 11th place. Someone's closing in on X Ragnaroks, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tubis 3 is gaining on me, shrinking the distance by 140 seconds. Gary 17 is closing in on Justin Dilks fast, just 5.5 seconds behind now. Gina Jones has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to nose, battling it out for 10th. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is also climbing, now in 10th place. Tubis 3 is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 8th. He might be eyeing a top 5 finish if he keeps this pace. Tubis 3 is leading the lap, and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely the one to watch. Pippi Langstrom has just gained one position and is now in 9th place. Nox Exodus is right behind. Both racers locked in a close fight for that 9th spot. The F1 1975 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the Highlands track's tight corners seem to favor those with better handling and finesse. The Williams driven by me is holding steady despite being a bit behind the top contenders. Adam Kedev 3 is climbing up one spot to take the 7th place. Dr. Felix and Adam GT3 are nose to nose for 7th. Nox Exodus and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 9th. Ingham McCringleberry is climbing up to 14. Tubis 3 is making a move to 18. No one is giving up positions easily today. Gina Jones and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for 10th place. Ragnaroks is inching up one spot to 14. Someone and X Ragnaroks are locked in a close fight for the same position. Maya is in 20th place with a best lap of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Her Williams FW04 is holding steady, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Looks like she's trying to catch up but still has some work to do. Amy is driving a Shadow Den 5 and is currently in 4th place. Her fastest lap is 2 seconds slower than the leader, but she's holding her own among the top contenders. Dr. Felix is currently in 8th place with a March 7:51. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Pippi Langstrom is climbing one spot to take 8th place. Another racer is also moving up one spot to reach 14th place. Ragnaroks and an opponent are locked in a tight duel for 14th. Congratulations, Bethralina. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Who knew you had such a need for speed? Wow, Bethraline really pulled off a victory. Congratulations. That was a fantastic performance. Looks like all those hours of practice finally paid off. Can't wait to see how they do in the next race. Sure. A fun fact about the 1971 F1 cars is that they were some of the first to introduce rear wings to generate downforce. This was a game changer because it allowed cars to stick to the track that are at high speeds, making racing even more exciting. Imagine that before then they mostly relied on the shape of the car to stay glued to the road. Alright folks, you better pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. We don't want any sad faces missing out on the action. Time's ticking. Wow, what a throwback lineup. Both of these cars are from a pretty classic era, so it's going to come down to handling, and maybe a little luck. The BRMP 160 was known for its raw power, but could be a bit tricky to handle, especially on a track like Barbagallo. Meanwhile, the March 711 Ford has a reputation for being nimble and agile, which might give it an edge on those turns. If I had to throw a bet, I'd lean towards the March 711 Ford, because of its agility. But don't count out the BRM. It's got that vintage muscle that might just surprise us all. This race is a coin flip. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Barbagallo, with Maldox VCAF on pole driving a vintage 1971 Surtees S9. This is gonna be a throwback showdown you don't want to miss. Maldox EFCF has shot off the line to take the lead. Crystal 33 is right behind in second place. Hippie Langstrup is holding on to the third spot, but expect some early action to shake things up. Maya and D-Factor are neck and neck for 5th place. Adam Guthrie is climbing to 6th. Billy is pushing into 10th. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Adam K3 and Devatar are nose-to-nose for 6th. Autumn Thunderbird has gained 2 spots and is now in 11th. Crystal 33 and Maldox FCF are neck and neck for 1st place. Adam K3 is climbing up to 6th place. HP Luke Craft is making a move, now in 10th. Hippie Langstrup is climbing up to 2nd place. Wannabe Kiddo is advancing to 18th. Billie is driving a March 711 Alfa Romeo. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly making a charge. Rufwa Life and Wannabe Kiddo are nose to tail for the 8th place. Yamchabi Panda and New for Life are locked in a close fight for the 9th spot. Gabby the Minimac is driving a Lotus 72C, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics. Looks like they're stuck at the back, probably just trying to stay on track with no real chance of catching up. Gabby the Minimac is racing a Lotus 72C, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. They're currently in 18th place, just behind Wannabe Kiddo and New for Life. Looks like a steady climb might be on the horizon. Pippi Langstrump is now in 1st place. Maya has gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Basket and Fee and Maya are nose to nose for 4th place. Basket and TV and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing up to 12th. Autumn Thunderbird and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Scott Dixon is dropping back to 21st place. Adam Deity is climbing up to 5th place. Basket and Fee and Adam GT3 are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Dave Factor just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Dave Factor and Adam JT3 are nose to nose for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Woo for Life, shrinking that gap by a second. Adam K3 is dropping back to 13th place. Dave Factor is climbing to 5th place. Basket and Fee is moving up to 6th place. Wannabe Kiddo is closing in on Woof for Life, fast, cutting the gap by 740 seconds. Adam Kivener and Incham Kaimin has dropped 8 places to 21st. Billy and Kingra are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Lootcraft and Thunderbird are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 12. Gabby the Minimac is making a move up to 13th. Wow, Pippi Langstrump just won the race. Looks like she's still got that unstoppable spirit. Congrats on the victory. Wow, what a surprise! Pippi Langstrump really pulled it off and took the victory. Congratulations! You definitely earned that shiny 1971 March 711 Ford. Looks like you'll be cruising in style now. Well done! Sure. Did you know that the Tsukuba short track is famous for its tight corners and quick shifts in direction? It's like the racetrack version of a maze, so these AI cars really have their work cut out for them trying to navigate without crashing. It's a perfect place to see some serious driving skills, or hilarious epic fails. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your last-minute picks before these AI drivers take off. Don't miss your chance to root for your favorite. Get those selections in now. Ooh, this is a classic battle of the cars from different eras. Gina Jones in the 1965 Lotus 40 will probably rely on agility and raw vintage racing charm, while Shattered Pixel in the 1968 Porsche 908L H Coupe has that sleek, aerodynamic advantage, and maybe a bit more power under the hood. Given that Tsukuba short favors quick turns and nimbleness, I'd say Gina's Lotus might have a slight edge in handling. But don't count out Shattered Pixel's Porsche. Its power and stability could make it a tough competitor, especially on the straights and those tight corners. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'll go with Gina's Lotus. She might just outmaneuver the Porsche in the twisty bits. Who do you think will take it? Alright folks, Maya's sitting pretty on pole with the sleek 1968 Ford P68 in the prototype's 1960 class. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead at Tsukuba Short. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by New for Life in second and Maya in third. Looks like a tight start already. Lemon Cult Games is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to sit in 6th. Caffeinated Cars gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 4th. DCAKPC Rogerts and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail, battling for the 4th spot. DCKPC Rogerts just overtook someone to take 4th place. LXEX is closing in on the top 5. Scott Dixon and Bees McGee are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Ingelm Kringleberry and Adam JT3 are nose to tail for 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 12th. Timborghini Tuba is also advancing to 13th. Caffeinated Car just overtook DC Kibkedzi Kabedzi and is now in 4th place. They are nose to nose in this battle for that spot. DCKPC Rogetz and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 4th place. Timborghini Tube is climbing up to 12th, leaving some behind. Caffeinated Car and DCC Kibi Zerogers are nose to tail, battling for 4th place. DCKPC Zerux just nudged ahead, claiming that spot. Caffeinated Car isn't giving up yet, staying close. LXCX Natate and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 5th place. Bees McGee just gained a spot and is now 7th. Lemon Cult Games and Bees McGee are battling hard for 7th. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1968 Ford P68, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics and mid-engine layout. Their race looks challenging with a slowest lap of 50.423, sitting in the middle of the pack and trying to catch up. Maya is currently in 3rd place with a 1968 Ford P68. Fastest lap is just shy of 50 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but might need a bit more to catch the leaders. Amy's holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. DKK Paid Batesy Rogerts is climbing to 3rd place. Alexeyetsi Teleines is making a move to 5th. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, cutting the gap by over a second. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1968 Ford P68. A car known for its innovative aerodynamics and mid-engine layout. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with the fastest lap close to the leaders. Looks like they're pushing hard but still fighting to break into the top 10. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 12th place. Timogini, Tuba and Pippi are nose-to-nose for 12th. Shattered Pixel is advancing to 14th place. Timborghini Tuba is climbing to 12th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 13th place. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Amy is leading the race in a 1966 Jaguar XJ13. She's got a solid gap and the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control. Scott Dixon has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Lemon Cult Games and Dixon are neck and neck for that position. Pippi Langstrom and Timborghini too are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, congratulations to Amy. That was an impressive win. Looks like that race was hers to lose, but she totally nailed it. Now, for those lucky drivers who get to claim these amazing cars. Gina Jones, way to go on winning the bet race. You're definitely earning that 1965 Lotus 40. Inga McCringleberry, doing the most overtakes. You're the king of action today with that 1966 Chaparral 2E. Well done to all of you for some spectacular performances. A fun fact about the 1969 Oldsmobile 442 is that it was known for its powerful performance and muscle car status. But it also had a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a rebel on the street. Back in the day, It was a favorite among car enthusiasts who wanted a car that could outpace many others and still look stylish doing it. Plus, the 442 name originally stood for 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed manual transmission, and dual exhaust, so it was practically the perfect recipe for a street legend. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The clock is ticking and we don't want any last-minute chaos. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. On one side, we have Hingle McCringleberry in the 1963 TV R. Griffith 200. Classic British sports car, lightweight and nimble, known for a decent power-to-weight ratio. On the other side, Cheese and Dashauer in a 1965 Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada, which is more of an Italian Grand Tourer with a bigger engine and a reputation for speed. Given the car choices, I'd say the Bizzarini might have the edge in raw power, especially on a track like Zandvoort, where straights and high-speed corners are key. But don't count out the Tafur. It's probably sharper around the tight corners, which Zandvoort has plenty of. If I had to make a call, I'd lean slightly towards Cheese and Dashauer's Bizzarini for this race, because the extra muscle and European racing pedigree could give it the push needed for victory. But hey, anything can happen when you're dealing with AI drivers, so stay tuned. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Zandvoort Nationale, and up front we've got Amy in her vintage supercar, a 1969 Shelby GT 500. She's starting on pole and, no surprise, she's looking pretty confident. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Mafia Mevi right behind in second, and Maldoxy CF rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Mafia Mavi is now in first place. Nu for Life and Swell Placed V are locked in a close fight for fourth. Christopher has gained one position and is now in sixth. Nu for Life is climbing up to fourth place. Swell Placed V and Nu for Life are nose to nose for that spot. Starbucks is inching into the top 10. Swell Placed V is climbing fast into third place. Swell Placed V and Amy are nose to nose for second. Chris Gopher is inching up to fifth. Chris Gopher is climbing up to fourth place. Maldoxe CF and Chris Gopher are still neck and neck for that spot. Gina Jones is making a move, jumping 2 places to 19. Swell Placed AV is climbing to second place. Cheese and Dashauer is pushing up to 19. Broxworth is making moves to 22nd. Jordan F is climbing to 8th place. Starbucks and Jordan F are nose to nose for that position. Unanas Got Leads is inching up to 12th. Jordan F and Starbucks are nose to tail for 8th place. La Croissant 1980 is inching up to 12th. Yuna Scott leads and La Croissant 1980 are locked in a close fight for 12th. New for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Jordan F is climbing up to 8th. Maya and Jordan F are nose to tail for 7th. Looks like a close one. Amin-san is climbing up to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to the top 16. Gina Jones is sneaking into the 19th spot. Christopher and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Lobardo is climbing fast, now in the 18th spot. Christopher is now in 3rd place. Maya is gaining on Maldox FCF, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Maya and Maldox FCF are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Starbucks just overtook someone to take 7th place. Lemon Cult Games and Scott Dixon are still nose to nose for 10th. Adam T3 is climbing up to 16th. New for Life just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Lemon Cult Games is now in 10th. Cheese and Dashau is closing the gap on Lobardo, shrinking it by a second. That battle for 18th is heating up with Cheese and Dashau and Lobardo going head to head. Jordan F is climbing to 8th place. Amin-san is making a move to 11th. Uniscotta Leeds is advancing to 13th. New Move for Life is now in 3rd place. Amin-san has moved up to 10. Lemon Cult Games and Amin-san are nose to nose for 10th place. Chris Gopher is closing in on New Move for Life and has chipped away 3.5 seconds. They are now battling fiercely for 3rd place. Lemon Cult Games has gained 2 positions and is now in 9th. Chris Gopher is now in 3rd place. Amy is getting closer to New for Life and closing the gap. Amin-san has moved up to 10th place. New for Life is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is now in 14th place. Uniscotta Leeds has moved up to 15th. Uniscott Leeds and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 14th. Adam K3 is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. High is also on the move, making the same progress to 16th place. Starbucks is closing in on Maldox ACF, shrinking the gap by a solid 1.2 seconds. Congratulations to Mafiyama V on winning the race. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well done. Wow, Mafia Mavi took the victory. Big congratulations to you. That was a fantastic race and you totally deserved the win. And hey, a shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You get to claim the classic 1963 TVR Griffith 200, a real vintage beauty. Eminzan, you pulled off the most overtakes today. Nice work there. You can go ahead and claim the 1965 Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada. Vintage street cars clearly love you. Well, here's a fun one for you. In 1970, NASCAR cars were quite the spectacle because they were pretty much all built using stock parts straight off the showroom floor. Imagine that! These cars looked like regular cars, but could hit speeds of over 180 miles per hour. It's like giving a grocery getter a superhero cape and saying go race. Truly a different era of racing where the cars were more relatable, yet somehow more intense. Alright, we've got Gina Jones in a classic Ford Torino and Crazy Sweet, but piloting a 1971 AMC Matador. Both are vintage beauties, but let's be honest. The Torino is the more iconic muscle car with a bit more pedigree on the track. The Matador, while definitely charming, is more of a luxury sedan turned muscle car, but not quite as aggressive in the racing world. So, I would lean towards Gina's Ford Torino pulling ahead, especially on a track like Alton Park International, no chicane where handling isn't the only thing that counts. Still, with AI driving, anything can happen. But I'd put my chips on Gina in this one. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Alton Park International, no chicane, and leading the pack is Emerald Tip-38 in a classic 1972 Ford Torino, representing the NASCAR 1970 class. It's a throwback showdown, so buckle up. Emerald Tip-38 has shot to the front, holding the lead. ADD is right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrup is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. New Full Life is charging through the field, now in fourth place. Unknown Tactics is right behind, climbing to fifth. Joan Wolf is also making moves, now in sixth. Looks like the battle for the top is heating up. Willow Shrub is on a tier, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Eddie Leven and Willow Shrub are nose to tail for the top spot. Scott Dixon and Otto Liartorius are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Eddie Leven is now in first place. Pippi Langstrup is in second. Pondon is in third. Looks like a close race for the top three. Scott Dixon is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place. 192 Kex is also making moves, now in 9th after overtaking 4 cars. Unknown Tactics is having a tough time, dropping back to 12th. 3192X is making a strong push, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Ingle McCringleberry is also on the move, passing 7 cars to settle into 8th. And look at me moving up 10 spots in 9th. Guess I like the challenge. Rock Sizzle is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Pondon is right behind, also 4 spots forward to 13. Sakurai TV is gaining ground, moving 4 places up to 14. Looks like a tight battle for these positions. Dylan Wolf is climbing up to 5th place. Willow Shrub is pushing up to 15. Orange Funk and Willow Shrub are locked in a close fight for that 15th spot. Crazy Sweetbutt is in the 8th place driving a 1971 AMC Matador. Their race looks steady but not quite at the front yet. Scott Dixon is closing in on Naboo for life, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. 192. Axe and Dylan Wolf are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Dylan Wolf is really having a rough time, dropping to 12th place. Atelier Torius is on the move, climbing to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is making progress, now in 3rd place after moving up 1 spot. Emerald Tick 3988 is making a move, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ragu is also climbing, now in 21 after a similar surge. Scott Dixon is closing in on it Eli, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Willow Shrub and Orange Funk are both climbing up the field, now in 13th and 14th. Amy just made a move to 8th. The race is heating up. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Dre 192 Kex is gaining on Crazy Sweetbutt, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Willow Shrub is inching closer to Dylan Wolf, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed and mischief. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for winning the race. That was quite the performance. And a huge shout out to Pippi for snagging the fastest lap. A 1972 Ford Torino from NASCAR 1970. Nice pick. And let's not forget Amy, who really went all out with the most overtakes. She can claim a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo from NASCAR 1970. Well done to both of you. Well, here is a fun fact for you. Back in the 1970s, some of the slow cars racing in the car class actually had a dedicated fan base. Can you believe it? People loved to watch these underdog vehicles chug along at a leisurely pace, thinking they might just surprise everyone with a sneaky move. It was almost like a slow-motion ballet on wheels, where patience truly was a virtue. Who knew that slow and steady could still keep a crowd entertained? Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the AI takes the wheel for the race. Make your choice quick or you'll be stuck with whatever the bots decide. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Zookster Cat in that vintage Opel Kadett. See? TE is definitely bringing some classic racing charm to the track. It's lightweight and nimble, so it could surprise us with some quick turns. On the other hand, the driver in the 1974 Dodge Monaco might have the size advantage, but that big heavy car probably struggles a bit on the more technical parts of the track. If it all comes down to agility and handling, I'd say Zooksterkat's Opel has the edge. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything is possible. Maybe that Monaco will just lumber its way to victory. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race is underway at NOLA Motorsports Park. Leading the pack is Scott Dixon in the 1968 Porsche 912. So he's starting on pole in these classic slow cars from the 1970s. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others catch up. Scott Dixon has taken the lead right out of the gate. Tofik is holding strong in second place. And Body Notes is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Tofik just took the lead and is now in first place. Zooksterkat has advanced 2 spots and is now in third. Zooksterkat and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for second place, trading positions frequently. Life is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zooksterkat is climbing steadily, now in second place. 2 Ps in the podcast and N Body Notes are locked in a close fight for 4th. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 9th. Maya and Wrath 92 are nose to tail, fighting for 8th place. Amy is making a strong push, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langström is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Maya is gaining ground, now in 7th place after moving up 2 spots. Pippi Langström is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to take 6th place. Cira Aurelia is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th place. Looks like she's in a close fight for that spot. Ruth 3 Boy Gaming Studios is also gaining ground, now in 17th place. Pippi Langström is now in 3rd place. Maya has advanced to 5th. Amy has climbed to 7th. The race is heating up. Pippi Langström is gaining on Zugstakat, closing the gap to just over a second. Scott Dixon, better watch out. Maya is closing in fast, now just 2 seconds behind. N-Body Notes is feeling the heat from Amy, who's chopping down the distance by 2.4 seconds. Pippi Langström is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is also gaining ground, now in 4th. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Looks like a close one. Maya is now just a second behind Zugstakat. Ruth 3 Boy Gaming Studios has climbed 1 spot to 16. Colmetwi and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail for the 16th position. Colmetwi is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Maya is closing in on Zugstakat, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Amy is moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th. New for Life is gaining on Cirirelia, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Colmetwi has climbed 1 spot to 13. Madja Kublaich is also on the move, advancing 1 position to 15. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Amy is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Colmetwi is catching up to Tupizen de Podcast, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Zugstakat is closing in fast on Maya, cutting the gap by 7.30 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 5th place. Zolicha Donaniti 1 is also moving up to 6th. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Zugstakat is feeling the heat from Amy, now just a second behind. Cirirelia is climbing fast into the top 10. New Wave is making a move, climbing 2 spots into the top 10 as well. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Zugstakat is trying to defend, but Amy is right behind, closing in fast. Gina Jones just overtook someone and is now in 9th, climbing up the grid. Maya is holding steady in the lead for now. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Looks like she's got some momentum. Colmetwi is also making progress, moving into 12th. Amy is closing in on Zugstakat, the gap shrinking fast. Wow! Sufik took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too fast for everyone else. Nice job! Wow, Sufik really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, you've earned those bragging rights for today. Now, for our other speedsters, Pippi Langstrom, you drove like a storm and snagged the fastest lap. That's some serious skill, so enjoy claiming that vintage Lancia Stratos. And new for life, you made the race a real show with all those overtakes. That's a marathon of determination, so the Alpina 110 is all yours. Great effort from everyone. And stay tuned for the next round of turbocharged fun. Sure thing. Did you know that in the early 2000s, street cars were often modified to be surprisingly fast with just a few tweaks? People would squeeze in turbochargers or boost their engine with simple upgrades, making their daily drivers almost race-ready. It was like giving your Honda Civic a secret weapon, which honestly made street racing scenes pretty entertaining, even if it was all just for fun. Hey everyone, time's running out. Make your pick before the countdown ends, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. Don't miss your chance to pick the coolest car in the race. Oh wow. This is quite the matchup. Shotsky's in the Mitsubishi Evo AFQ 400 is definitely bringing some off-road rally attitude to the circuit, even if it's tuned for the asphalt. Meanwhile, Hingle McCringleberry, in that sleek Spiker C8 La Violette, is all about finesse and Italian style. Considering the cars, the Evo is powerful and aggressive but might struggle with sharp turns and fanated on circuitos agialices. The Spiker, being a supercar with a more aerodynamic design and likely better handling, might have the upper hand around tight corners. If I had to make a guess, I'd say Hingle might take the lead just because the Spiker's design is more suited for this type of racing. But don't count Shotsky's out. Sometimes a brute force approach can surprise us all, especially if the AI driver pushes it to the limit. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuito Sagalices. Up front is Runner Rampage, flying the 2005 Renault Clio 3Rs 197 flag gate 8. Let's see if that classic has what it takes to stay ahead. Runner Rampage has taken an early lead. Shotskis is holding strong in second, and Amy is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones is making a nice climb up to 13th place, overtaking 3 cars along the way. Shotskis has grabbed the lead, moving up 1 spot to first place. Meanwhile, Amy is also climbing, taking second place by overtaking another driver. Nyarlathotep 988 is climbing up to 4th place. Rosie Goldgaming has moved up 2 spots to 5th. New for Life and Jay Boogie are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Nufa Life and Jabu Ui are nose to tail for 9th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 12th. Osk Zero and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Nyarlathotep 98 and Runner Rampage are neck and neck for 3rd place. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 10th. Nyarlathotep 988 is climbing fast into 3rd place. Jay Buogi is making moves into 8th. Maya is gaining ground into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Woo for Life, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Zealand Fox 113 is driving a 2007 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Maya's Mitsubishi Evo 8FQ 400 is holding steady in 10th place. The car is known for its agility and power, but the race looks tight with several cars close behind. Rosie Goldgaming just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Runner Page and Rosie Goldgaming are nose-to-nose for 4th. Maya and Jabu Ugi are battling hard for 8th. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. New for Life has also gained 1 position, sitting in 11th. King Root and Move for Life are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Looks like a battle to the finish. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Maya is chipping away at Pippi Langström's lead, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Scott Dixon is catching Kingrit, narrowing it down by 1.3 seconds. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langström and has cut the gap by 1 second. Dr. Felix has gained 1 position and is now in 14th place. Pippi Langström is climbing to 6th place. Maya is making her way to 7th. Gina Jones and Jay Buogi are locked in a close fight for 9th. Oskzarod is closing in on Dr. Felix and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are in a tight battle for the 14th place. Maya is currently in 8th place with a Mitsubishi Evo 8FQ 400. Her fastest lap is a solid 20.05, which is competitive, but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Looks like she's making steady progress. Silent Fox 213 just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th place. Dr. Felix and Silent Fox 213 are nose-to-tail fighting for that 15th spot. Gina Jones is driving a Honda NSX-R GT, a car known for its balance handling and agility. She's currently in 11th place, making steady progress but still a bit behind the leaders. Maya just overtook Pippi Langstrom to move into 6th place. Gina Jones is also climbing up to 9th. The fight for those middle positions is heating up. Jay Boogie is driving a Renault Clio 3RS 197 and is currently in the 11th place. Their fastest lap is 1:24.074. So they're holding steady, but not setting the world on fire. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack effort so far. Well, look at that. Shotskis just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow, Shotskis really took the checkered flag, huh? Big congratulations to them. Now, Gina Jones, you've been the queen of overtakes today. Well done. You get to claim a 2005 Honda NSX RGT. That's a pretty sweet ride. Enjoy your new car, Gina. Sure thing. Did you know that the GT5 racing car class is like a playground for car enthusiasts? Because it features a mix of real-world race cars and fantasy models? It's basically like if your favorite cars from movies and dreams decided to race each other on a digital track. Definitely a wild mix of the serious and the surreal. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Momelo. Up front is That's Alti Serena in a 2018 Ginetta G40 GT5. Starting on pole, let's see if she can keep that lead or if the other cars have a few tricks up their sleeves. That's Alti Serena is taking an early lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second. And Hinkle McCringleberry is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones just snatched the lead from That's Alti Serena. They're practically glued together at the front. Scott Dixon is sneaking into third place, not far behind the action. Move for Life is slicing through the field to take second place. Amy is also making moves, climbing to third. Pippi Langstrup is not far behind, pushing into fourth. Jackson Dabox is climbing to sixth place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in ninth. Looks like some steady gains. Amy is driving a 2018 Ginetta G40 GT5, starting from the 6th position. Looks like she's holding steady in third, so she's not doing too badly, but still has some ground to make up. Gina Jones is racing a 2018 Ginetta G40 GT5. She's currently in 8th place, so she's holding her own but still has some ground to make up. The tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring the top drivers who can handle precision and aggression. Maya's car is a 2018 Ginetta G40 GG5, starting in 8th. She's currently in 5th, so she's gained a few spots. Looks like she's trying to make moves but hasn't quite hit her stride yet. Maya is gaining on Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Scott Dixon is also on the move, inching closer to Jackson Dabox with the same speed. Pippi Langstrup is driving a 2018 Ginetta G40 GT5. They're currently in 4th place and seem to be holding a steady pace with a fastest lap of 53.021 seconds. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up the field. Scott Dixon is narrowing the gap to Jackson Dabox, cutting it down by over a second and a third. Move for Life is driving a 2018 Ginetta G40 GT5 and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're pushing hard with a fastest lap just a bit quicker than Serena's. Race seems tight at the top. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of Serena and New for Life, while causing some chaos for the others. That Maya is pushing hard and holding the fastest lap, but he's still in 8th. No guarantees yet. Wow, That's Alti Serena really pulled off the win. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Serena, you really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race, you definitely earned it. And wow, Maya with the fastest lap. Looks like you get to claim that sleek 2018 Ginetta G40 GT 5 Dodge. Nicely done. Love for life. Winning the bet race means you also get to claim a Ginetta G40 GT5. Looks like some shiny new cars are heading into the garage today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Lotus 70. It's got that classic British racing spirit and should handle those turns with a bit more finesse. The others are cool, but the Lotus has that combination of agility and speed that might just give it a slight edge on the Puebla Roble circuit. Plus, it's got that vintage charm that makes racing even more fun to watch. Oh wow! Both of these cars are absolute classics from 1968. It's like picking between vintage wine and vintage whiskey, but in racing form. The Lotus 70, with its sleek design and history of being a lightweight speedster, might have the edge in agility. Meanwhile, the Mackie Mark 12, known for its sturdy build and steady handling, could surprise us with some resilience. Given Puebla Roble is a tricky circuit with its twists and turns, I'd lean a little towards Cap Holster in the Lotus. It's got that extra finesse for the curves. But don't count Jazel Gaming out. Sometimes a classic underdog can surprise us all. Either way, this will be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Puebla Roble. Leading the pack in pole position is Lux Ravenous and a classic 1968 Mackie Mark 12, representing the Formula 5000 class. This is going to be interesting to watch. Lux Ravenous has taken the lead right out of the gate. Rose Hours is holding strong in second place. Silhouette is currently in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Zaprandigan is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 10. GTS Wishman 33 is gaining ground too, also moving up 3 places to 16. Rose Aurus and Lux Ravenous are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Rosa God Gaming is on the rise, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is also climbing fast, now in 27th after her own 3-car overtaking spree. Amin San has gained 2 spots, now in 10th place. Rose Aurus just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Silhouette is also advancing, now in 2nd place. Lux Ravenous and Silhouette are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd position. GT Swishman 33 is climbing to 15th place. Jade Silgaming and GT Swishman 33 are nose to nose for that same spot. Rosigol Daming is also making moves, now in 17th place. Zerkamingate is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Maya just gained 1 position, now 5th. Blaming Buddha and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Blaming Buddha is climbing to 5th place. Blanky Frankie is making moves to 7th. Mighty Chunk is inching closer to top 20, now in 13th. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. J.E. Swish Manta 33 is making a move to 12th. Wannabe Kiddo is up to 18th. Wannabe Kiddo and J. Zil Gaming are nose to nose for 17th. Hingle Kringleberry just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Looks like a close fight with Paragamarza for that spot. Singoshi is climbing up to 24th, and he's got Dri 192 bucks right behind him. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Wangatang 7272 is climbing to 7th place. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Funky Frankie, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Rosigo Gaming is moving up to 15th place. Singoshi and Imus Gordon are nose to tail for 22nd place. Move for Life just climbed into 27th, leaving VD39 behind by 2 spots. VD9 is closing in on Move for Life for 27th, both battling hard. Silhouette is really pushing hard on Rosaurus, closing the gap by a full second. Evolution 154 is climbing up to 21st place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves, now in 25th. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 2nd place. Imus Gordon and Cirque Gamingade are locked in a close fight for 21st. New for Life and Cap Holster are neck and neck for 26th. Silhouette is climbing up to 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Hingle Kringleberry is making a move up to 8th. Scott Dixon just snuck into 3rd place. Blanky Frankie and Hingle Kringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Evolution 954 is making a move, climbing to 19th. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Wangatang 7272 and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. J.A. Swishman 33 is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. He's in a close fight with Paragamarza for 10th. Wow! Rosaurus just took the checkered flag. Looks like they really knew how to steer to victory. Congrats on the win. Wow, Rosaurus took the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And a special shout out to Hingle Kringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim the 1968 Surtees TS5 from Formula 5000. That's quite the vintage prize. Well done to both of you. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Circuit Bugatti is notorious for its tight turns and high-speed corners, so a car that can grip the road and remain composed at speed is essential. Top-notch braking performance and agile maneuverability would be crucial too, because precision matters a lot here. Speed alone won't cut it if the car can't navigate the twists smoothly. So, a well-balanced setup that combines cornering prowess with reliable braking would likely give the best shot for a strong performance. Well, this should be interesting. Both cars are from the same era but have quite different reputations. The Porsche 917 LH, driven by Hingle McCrinkleberry, is a legendary car, known for its speed and dominance at Le Mans. The 917-20, driven by Vanone 1857, is somewhat notorious for its unique and experimental design, which might either be a game changer or a bit of a wild card. If I had to take a guess, I'd say Hingle's car has the edge here, thanks to its proven track record and refined aerodynamics. But hey, the 917-20's quirkiness could surprise us if it manages to stay stable and capitalize on its potentially higher top speed. So, I'd lean toward Hingle's Porsche 917 LH for a solid shot. But don't count out Vaughan's 917-20 just yet. Sometimes, the underdog has a sneaky trick or two up its sleeve. Alright everyone, buckle up because Maya's leading the pack on pole position with that classic 1969 Lola T70 Mark Onsu. It's a vintage beauty ready to show these modern machines who's boss. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Hingle McCrinkleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Maya is holding strong in second place, and Scott Dixon is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrup is making a strong push, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon has gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd. The battle for first between Scott Dixon and Hingle McCrinkleberry is heating up, with them nose to tail. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Maya has moved up to 2nd. Amy is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Justin Gilks is now in 13th. Bjorn Art has also moved up to 14th. Berletamama just nudged ahead of Lithocart for 11th place. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Pippi Langstrup and Hingle McCrinkleberry are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Lithocart and Violetta Mama are locked in a fierce fight for 11. Justin Gilks is closing the gap on Lithocarp, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Lithocarp is climbing up to 11th. The race is heating up. Gina Jones just sneaked into the top 5. Justin Gilks and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 12th place. Justin Gilks just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Violetta Mama and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 12th place. Violetta Mama just nudged ahead of Justin Gilks for 12th place. Looks like they're neck and neck in this little scrap. Yeah. Lithocarp and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for 10th place. Justin Gilks and Violetta Mama are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Justin Gilks is driving a 1965 Lotus 40. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in the 13th place. Looks like a steady race, but no major moves yet. Violetta Mama is in a Ford GT40 MKA, a classic muscle car. Looks like they're having some technical issues or a glitch since their lap time is showing as 19.99. Not the best race for them so far. New Life just overtook Hingle Kringleberry for 6th place. Hingle is not giving up easily though. Lithocarp is climbing to 10th place, inching closer to the top 10. Yona just sneaked past someone to take the 13th place. Now he's eyeing Violetta Mama for 12th. This battle for 12th is getting spicy. Bjorn Art is inching closer to Violetta Mama, both fighting for 12th place. Looks like a close one. Violetta Mama just nudged ahead of Bjorn Art for 12th place. Looks like they're neck and neck, no room for error. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 12th place. Justin Gilks and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 13th place. Pumpkin Fleury's Porsche 908 LH Coupe is a classic from 1968, known for its lightweight design and impressive aerodynamics. Looks like they're stuck at the bottom of the field and probably not making much progress today. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Lithocarp has climbed 1 spot to take 9th place. Kick-Ass Lady X3 and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 9th position. The Hyper 7 is climbing up to 10th place. Bjorn Art is now 11th. Violetta Mama has moved into 12th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the 1969 Lola T70 mark on a pseudo. Her fastest lap is a solid 1:47.222. just behind Scott Dixon. Looks like she's holding her own but might need a bit more push to catch the leader. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Guess he's still got it. Wow, what an exciting race! Big congratulations to Scott Dixon for winning and snagging the fastest lap. Well deserved. Now, for the drivers who can claim some incredible cars, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race and earning that stunning 1971 Porsche 917 LH, and let's not forget Pippi Langstrumpf for doing the most overtakes and earning that sleek 1970 Porsche 917. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now is the time to jump in and make your choice. The countdown is almost finished, so don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Cobracle with a 2020 Porsche 935, a beast built for speed and agility. And on the other, New for Life with a 2018 Fittipaldi EF7, which is more of an enthusiast's dream car. The Porsche 935 is known for its racing pedigree and raw power, so you'd think it has the edge on a track like Kazan-Ring. But the F7 is no slouch. It's designed to be lightweight and nimble, which could give it an advantage in the twisty parts of the circuit. Honestly, if the race comes down to straight-line speed, I'd say Cobracle's Porsche has a good shot. But if it's about cornering and handling, New for Life might surprise us. My gut says the Porsche will probably take it, but hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Either way, I'm just here for the thrill and maybe a little bit of betting fun. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Kazan Ring. And Gina Jones is on pole in a 2014 Citroen GT. Looks like she's ready to show these hypercars who's boss from the front. Gina Jones is leading the pack right now. Lynn Lilac is holding second place, and Renault T4 is in third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Lynn Lilac just snatched the lead from the front. Adenut 44 is closing in on the podium after climbing 2 spots. Schron is making moves, now in 6th. Schron and Balsamic Vint 183 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Scott Dixon is charging through the field, now in 13th place. James Mayo is also making moves, now in 15th. And I am climbing up to 18th, leaving some behind. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Frank Wordy are still nose-to-nose for 8th. Scott Dixon is advancing to 12th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 10th place. Lifeone and Pippi are nose-to-nose for that 10th spot. Move for Life is advancing to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. No for Life is advancing to 11th. Lifeone and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 9th place. Cobracle is advancing to 12th. Big Boy Betts and James Mayo are nose-to-nose for 15th. James Mayo is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Maya is also on the move, now in 13th. Crazy Sweetbutt is gaining ground, now in 16th. Serotimiiv is driving a 2012 Rough CTR3. They're currently in 23rd place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle to keep up with the leaders. Maya and Waifuan are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Tyler Drums 31 is chipping away at Serotimiiv's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Cobracle climbs to 13th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by over a second. Gary 710 advances to 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is making a move to 7th. Move for Life is up to 9th. Move for Life and Schron are nose-to-nose for 8th. Move for Life and Schron are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Maya just gained a spot and is now in 13th. Cobracle and Maya are battling hard for 13th. In View for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Big Boy Betts is inching closer to him in the race for 14th. Cobracle and Big Boy Betts are nose-to-nose, fighting for that 14th spot. New Wife is climbing to 7th place. Franquerti is sneaking into 9th. Waifuana is closing in on James Mayo, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Big Boy Bets just moved up to 12th place. Squat Bender is closing in on Crazy Sweetbutt, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. James Mayo just overtook someone to move into the 10th place. Maya is climbing up to 13th, inching closer to Waifuan. Looks like Maya and Waifuan are about to have a showdown for that 13th spot. Wow, Lynn Lilac really took the checkered flag. Guess they didn't just race to participate. Well done. Congratulations to Lynn Lilac for taking the win. Well done on crossing that finish line first. Now, as for the lucky drivers, new for life, you're up. You've earned yourself a 2018 Fittipaldi F7. Can't wait to see who claims that beauty. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Wakefield Park has tight turns and a lot of technical corners, so a car that can navigate those with precision without sacrificing speed would be ideal. Power is nice, but if you can't keep the car glued to the road through those twists and turns, you're just losing time and risking crashes. Balance and responsiveness are what make or break a performance here. Alright folks, hustle up. The clock is ticking, and you don't want to miss out on picking your favorite AI car for the race. Get your choices in before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh wow, what a throwback battle. The Dodge Coronet Superbeat is a beast, known for its raw power and muscle car attitude. On the other side, the Shelby GT500 is a legend in its own right, famous for its speed and agility. Given the track and the era, I'd say it's going to be a close call, but I'd lean slightly towards the Shelby GT500. It's got that edge in aerodynamics and handling, which could give it the upper hand on Wakefield Park's twists and turns. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything can happen. Who do you think will take the crown? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Wakefield Park, and leading the pack is Lux Ravenous in a classic 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B, from the era of big hair and bigger engines. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead or if those modern rivals have other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off into the lead, followed by Lux Ravenous in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Scott Dixon has advanced to 5th place. Starbucks has moved up to 9th place. Maya and Starbucks are now fighting for 9th place. Maya and Starbucks are nose to tail for 9th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up one spot to 11. Scott Dixon is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi. He's hanging around in 6th place, not making any big moves yet but staying steady. Vintage supercars are holding their own, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the Dodge and Lamborghini models. The class mix keeps it competitive, but the Dodge Coronet is surprisingly leading early. The vintage cars are close in performance, but the track seems to favor those with better handling and acceleration. The top positions are tightly contested, so the class and track combo keeps the race unpredictable. Nova Life is in 8th place driving a 1970 Plymouth Superbird ... Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Oh! Maya is currently in 10th place with her 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. Her car is a classic muscle car known for its power and aggressive looks. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Scott Dixon's driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi. He's currently in 6th place, so he's not quite charging to the front but holding steady. Gina Jones is holding the fastest lap, but is stuck behind the leaders. She needs to find a way around if she wants to challenge for the win. Amin San is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S, same as several others in the race. They are currently in 6th place, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a tight fight among the Jaramas. Gina Jones is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but she's still stuck behind Amy and Hingle. She needs to find a way around if she wants to win this. Gina Jones is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but she's still stuck behind Amy and Hingle. She needs an overtake to really shake things up. Scott Dixon is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi. He's holding a solid 5th place and has a fastest lap just a little behind the leader. Looks like he's staying competitive in the pack. Scott Dixon is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi. He's holding a solid 5th place but not quite close enough to challenge the top 3. Looks like he's just cruising along for now. Amin San is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race for them, hanging around the top 5 but not quite breaking into the front. Nouveau Life is currently in 8th place with a Plymouth Superbird. Their fastest lap is just over a minute 13, so they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders yet. Aminsan is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S, just a tiny bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady in the top half, but no real moves yet. Maya is currently in 10th place with a 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. Her fastest lap is just behind the leaders, so she's holding her own. Looks like she's staying competitive in the pack. Scott Dixon is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi topped. He's holding a solid 5th place but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like he's keeping it steady for now. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like someone's got the speed and the name to match. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the victory. Congratulations on that win. You really drove through the competition like a champ. I guess all those overtakes paid off. Now, for those lucky drivers who can claim some amazing cars. Dina Jones, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get the vintage Lamborghini Jarama S. That's a sick ride, perfect for making a statement on the streets. And of course yours truly, I won the bet race, so I'll be claiming the 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. Classic style on a vintage street car. Can't wait to add that to the collection. Great race everyone. I'm already looking forward to the next one. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that Indy cars can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour during a race? That's faster than most people's daily commute. It's like watching a bunch of rockets on wheels trying to outdo each other. Pretty exciting, right? Alright folks, this is a classic battle of American muscle versus Japanese precision. The Chevrolet IndyCar is known for its raw power and acceleration. The Honda IndyCar, on the other hand, is often praised for its handling and finesse on twisty circuits. On a track like Anderstorp, which features some tricky corners and high-speed straights, I'd say it's a close call. But if I had to pick, I'd give a slight edge to the Chevrolet IndyCar driven by New for Life, for that extra burst of power out of the corners. Pippi Langstrumpf might surprise us with some clever maneuvering, but I think the Chevrolet will just edge out at the finish line. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone. The race is heating up at Anderstorp, and leading the pack is the pace car. Starting on pole in a sleek 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Buckle up, and let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Pace CRR has shot off the line to take the lead. Indigo Peta is holding strong in second, while Butcher Zero is hanging on in third. Looks like a promising start for those three. Butcher Zero just moved up one spot to take second place. The race for first is heating up between Butcher Zero and Pace CRR. Indigo Peta and Butcher Zero are locked in a close fight for second. Hingle McCringleberry and Mission Man are nose to tail for 6th place. Platinum Mira and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 9th. Snippen's Leader Gaming is climbing up one spot to 14th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. She's now in a close fight with Hingle McCringleberry for 7th. Marty Freeze and Gina are also battling for 8th, so expect some serious side-by-side action soon. Mission Man is in 6th place driving a Chevrolet Indica. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 7th place. Dishonored Fox and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Scott Dixon's Honda IndyCar is currently in 13th place. Looks like he's trying to make a move, but hasn't quite found the gap yet. Platinum Mira is in 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. The race looks steady for now, no major moves yet. Scott Dixon's car is a Honda IndyCar, currently in the 13th place. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the Chevrolet-powered cars up front. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 12th place. Snipsness Vita Gaming is now 13. Scott Dixon is advancing to 14. Butcher Zero is driving a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady just behind the leader with a pretty quick lap time of 1:20.548. Race seems tight for now. Butcher Zero is hot on Pace CRR's tail, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They're neck and neck for first place. This is getting interesting. Marty Freeze is driving a Honda IndyCar, and it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap so far. Noob for Life is in the 8th place driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is 1:22.088, which suggests they're holding a steady pace, but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a solid mid-pack run so far. Dishonored Fox is running a Chevrolet IndyCar from 2018, currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is just under 1:21, so they're holding a decent pace but still trying to catch up. Indigo Payday is holding the fastest lap, but is in 3rd place, so he's just waiting for a mistake from the leaders, or a perfect move to take the top spot. Platinum Mira is in 10th place with a Honda IndyCar. Their lap time is solid, but not quite as fast as the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Scott Dixon's Honda Indy car is currently in 15th place, and his lap time is noticeably slower than most others. Looks like he's struggling to keep up today. Well, look at that! Pace Air just took the top spot. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, congrats to Pace CRR for taking the win. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to No for Life for winning the bet race. They can now claim the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like we've got some winners today. Sure thing. Did you know that the Curitiba track is famous for its long, sweeping curves that make the cars look like they're dancing on wheels? It's like the track was designed for a good old-fashioned race car ballet. Plus, its unique layout always keeps the AI guessing, which keeps the race extra spicy. Alright, so we've got Amy in a Chevrolet Camaro and New for Life in a Ford Mustang, racing through Curitiba. Both of these cars are pretty fierce American muscle options, so it's going to come down to a mix of handling, speed, and maybe a little bit of luck. The Camaro often has a slight edge in acceleration and overall agility, especially on a track like Curitiba that has some tricky turns. But the Mustang has a strong presence and might hold its ground if it can keep its speed through the corners. If I had to make a playful guess, I might lean toward Amy in the Camaro just because that car tends to be a little more nimble around tight curves. But honestly, with both of these beasts, it's going to be a close race, and I'm excited to see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Curitiba track. Pippi Langstrom is starting on pole in a 2021 Ford Mustang, so she's got the best spot to show off her speed. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead, or if the others will catch up. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Vinha 17 is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to third place. Vinha 17 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for third. Maya is dropping back to 21st place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is climbing to 4th. Shoebox TV is moving up to 6th. Wolf of Aco has moved up to 13th place. Captain Canadian and Wolf of Aco are battling for that same spot. Balsamic Vint 183 is closing in on Captain Canadian, cutting the gap by a second. Wolf of Echo just overtook someone to take 12th place. Exception and Wolf of Echo are nose to nose for 12. Nexa Romavel is climbing up to 15. Vinha 17 and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are nose to tail for 4th place. Balsamic Vint 283 just gained a spot and is now 15th. Velocito 14 and Nexa Romavel are locked in a close fight for 16th. Captain Canadian climbs to 13th place. Velocito 14 advances to 15th place and move up to 17th place, feeling the need for speed. Captain Canadian and Wolf of Echo are nose to nose for 12th place. Maya and Balsamic Vintwell 183 are locked in a fierce fight for 16. Nexa Romaval and Maya are battling it out for 17. Maya is charging through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Captain Canadian is climbing steadily, now in 12th place. Nitrixco is also making progress, now in 18th place. Captain Canadian is driving in 2008 Audi TT. Their race seems to be stuck at the back with no recorded lap time, so it looks like they're either just starting or having some trouble. Maya is now in 11th place, climbing 1 spot. Velocito 14 has moved up to 15th. Balsamic Vintwell 83 is in 16th after also gaining 1 position. Metrixco is in the 13th place with a Hyundai Elantra from 2016. Their lap time is just under 36 seconds, which is decent, but not enough to shake up the top. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Shoebox TV is climbing to 5th place. Shoebox TV and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are neck and neck for 4th. Maya is making a move to 10th. Move for Life is holding on to 7th place, but Amy is right behind looking for a move. Nexa Romaval and Xe Pexian are nose to tail in 18th with no clear winner yet. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 4th place, just behind the leaders, with a fastest lap of 1:24.655. Looks like they're holding their own but could use a little more speed to catch up. Maya is in 8th place driving a 2021 Ford Mustang. Her fastest lap is significantly slower than others, so she might be struggling to keep up. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Guess he's still got it. Wow, Scott Dixon really outdid himself today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's a triple crown for the history books. Congratulations to him! As for the lucky drivers claiming cars, Scott Dixon can now take home a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro from Trans Am. And Amy, since she won the bet race, also gets to claim the same impressive ride. Looks like today's winners are really driving home some sweet victories. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your cars. Make your choices now or forever hold your peace. Or at least until the next race. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, so we've got Wei Fuan in the classic Cooper T77 and Gina Jones in the sleek Ferrari 1512. Honestly, it's a bit of a toss-up because the Cooper has that vintage charm and maybe some clever handling, but the Ferrari's got the speed and style. If it's all about the straightaways, Gina might have the upper hand. But if the twisty parts favor a nimble car, Wei Fuan could surprise us. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards Gina's Ferrari bringing home the win. Let's see how the AI drivers handle this. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Du Grand Sambuc Reverse. Looks like New for Life is starting on pole in a 1965 Honda R, a 272. Buckle up because this is going to be interesting to watch. Wei Fuan has shot off the line into the lead. New for Life is holding second place, just ahead of Gina Jones. Looks like a tight battle for the top three already. Pumpkin Off Glory is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Amy is catching up fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7th. I am also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 2nd. The race is heating up. New Life has surged to first place after overtaking 4 cars. Ashlova is climbing fast, now in 8th after passing 6 cars. Vas Kitten Fee is making a move, now in 10th after overtaking 3 cars. Sasatur is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Wei Fuan is holding strong at the front, now in 1st. Maya is also making moves, advancing 1 spot to 2nd. Ingo McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 4 places to 8th. Gina Jones is gaining ground, now in second. Pumpkin of Glory is also on the rise, grabbing third. Basket and TV is on the move, climbing 3 spots to sit in 6th. Scott Dixon is inching up 1 position to 4th. H2 Hove and Basket and TV are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. H2 Hove is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place. New for Life is closing in fast on Maya, cutting the gap by 18.40 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is making a move up to 8th place. Maya is charging through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing well, now in 2nd after gaining 2 spots. Gina Jones is closing the gap, reducing it by nearly 3 seconds. Looks like a tight duel for 2nd place forming up. Basket and Fee is climbing to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is now in 6th. Gazatur has moved up to 7th. Amy is closing the gap on Wei Fuan. Looks like a fierce battle for the lead. Senor Flip Flopona 120-20 is gaining on Zasatur. The gap shrinking fast. Wei Fuana and Amy are nose to tail. No room for mistakes. Wei Fuana is now in 1st place. Pumpkin of Glory has moved up to 2nd. Gina Jones is in 3rd. The race is heating up with those moves. New Full Life is driving a Honda A272, starting at the very front. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're probably just holding on for now. Pippi Langstrup is making a bold move, overtaking 4 cars to climb into 2nd place. Gasatura has gained 1 position, now sitting 6th. Senor Flip Flopona 120-20 has also moved up 1 spot, now in 7th. Pumpkin of Glory is now in 2nd place. Gina Jones has moved into 3rd. Basket and TV is in 4th. Looks like the climb continues. Nouveau Life just snuck into 8th place. H2 Hoeva climbing 2 spots, now in 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Basket and Fee is gaining fast on Gina Jones, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is closing the gap on Amy at a rapid pace, less than 16 seconds now. New for Life is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Maya has climbed 1 spot and is now in 11th place. The reverse layout seems to favor the faster lap times for the front runners, but the tight corners are causing some chaos for the midfield. Senor Flip Flopona 120-20 is driving a 1965 Cooper T77. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of just over a minute and 7 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the pace. Wow, Wei Fuan took the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well deserved. Wow, Wei Fuan really did it. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that time spent dreaming about racing paid off. Great job staying ahead out there. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Jerez GP has lots of tight turns and chicanes, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver quickly would have the upper hand. Acceleration and braking are important too, but without the agility to navigate those hairpin bends smoothly, the best engine won't make much difference. So, a well-balanced car that can carve through the corners with precision is what I'd be looking for. Alright everyone, this is your last chance to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Make your selections now or forever hold your peace. Let's see which AI masterpiece will take the checkered flag. Alright, so we've got Hingle McCringleberry in a vintage 1978. Dome Zero and Me in a slightly more modern 1985. Toyota Corolla Levin. Both are interesting choices but quite different in their appeal and capabilities. The Dome Zero looks sleek and futuristic, which might give it an edge in style, but it's pretty old school when it comes to technology. On the other hand, the Corolla Levin is known for its reliability and steady performance, even if it's not the flashiest racer on the grid. Considering the tracks at Jerez GP and the car's specs, I'd say the Corolla 11 has a better shot at staying consistent and maneuvering well around tight corners. The Dome Zero might have a chance if it manages to leverage its unique design for speed, but I'd put my money on the Toyota to finish higher overall. Still, it's racing with AI, so who knows? Maybe the Dome Zero is secretly a speed demon in disguise. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Jerez GP, and Amy is starting on pole in her retro street car, a classic 1985 Toyota Corolla 11. Let's see if her vintage charm can hold off the competition. Double has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. JC Productions is in third, hanging tight. New for Life is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 17th place. JC Productions is gaining ground, now in second. Ingo McCringleberry is making moves, up 2 spots to 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 9th place. Sputnik NZ is now in 13th. Architect has moved up to 17th. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 10th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for that spot. Architect and Druafalls are also locked in a close fight for 16. JC Productions just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Amy is closing in on double with a 1.5 second gap reduction. Trash Crashton and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th place. Trash Crashton is climbing to 7th place. Sputnik NZ is now in 12th. Nerding for Life has moved up to 16th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 10th place. Actinona is also moving up to 19th place. Architect and Actinoni are nose to tail for 19th. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1978 Dome Zero, which is known for its futuristic design and lightweight build. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, currently in 11th place, and not making much progress. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Katsumura Girl is charging into 2nd place. Senyahima is climbing to 4th. Amy is dropping back to 12th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding her ground in 6th place. Amy is now in 3rd, making a strong push. Architect is in 15th, still climbing. Husky Hog is right behind in 16th, not backing down. Maya is making a move, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Schoolbus Rust AFE is climbing fast, now in 16th after passing 8 cars. New for Life is also on the rise, now in 17th after overtaking 4 cars. Trash Crashton is now in 6th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones. The gap is shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Sputnik NZ has moved up to 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Relaxed Few is climbing up one spot to 12th place. Relaxed Few and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Gina Jones with a 1 second gain. They are battling hard for 8th place. Ectoplasm has gained 1 position and is now in 12th. Double is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 2nd. Katsuma Girl is in 3rd. The race is tightening up. GC Productions is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take the lead. Amy is dropping like a stone, now in 10th. Katsuma Girl is even further back, down to 16th. Amy is on a roll, now in 3rd place. Katsuma Girl is climbing fast, just behind her in 4th. Akanon is making a move, now in the middle of the pack, 13. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Relaxed Few is making a move, now in 14. And I am pushing through the pack, now in 15. Things are heating up. Trash Crashton is driving an Audi S4 from 1997. They're currently in 7th place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 29.436 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Trash Crashton is now in 5th place. Sputnik NZ is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 11. Ectoplasm is driving a 1983 Toyota AE86, a classic lightweight and agile choice. Their race looks steady but slow compared to the leaders, sitting in the 13th place with a lap time of 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Wow, JC Productions really outpaced everyone. Looks like they were just too quick to catch. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Big congrats to JC Productions for winning the race. That was an exciting finish. Hingle McCringleberry, you won the bet race, so you get to claim the 1978 Dome Zero. Nice choice. Looks like some pretty cool cars are up for grabs today. Sure thing. Did you know that Hidden Valley Raceway was originally built as a military training ground before turning into a racing track? So technically these cars are racing on a track that once trained soldiers. Talk about a history of speed and strategy. Wow! We've got a classic speedster versus a hybrid powerhouse here. The Rebellion R1 is a sleek LMP1 car that's built for pure endurance and speed, but it's a little older in this lineup. On the other hand, Scott Dixon's Porsche 919 Hybrid is a well-honed machine, known for its hybrid efficiency and race-winning pedigree. Given the track is Hidden Valley Raceway, which favors agility and quick acceleration, I'd lean toward the Porsche 919 Hybrid. It's proven to be a strong contender in tight corners and quick sprints. But hey, the Rebellion R1 might surprise us with its raw speed if it gets a good start. My gut says Scott Dixon's Porsche will take it, but I wouldn't count out the older Rebellion just yet. This race is ripe for an upset. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Hidden Valley Raceway with New for Life in the pole position. They're in a 2014 Rebellion R1. So let's see if that old school charm can hold up against the new kids on the block. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. New for Life is holding strong in second, and I'm holding down the third spot. Looks like a tight race already. Pippi Langström is climbing to 4th place. Ablaze is also moving up to 8th. Yasnin 196 and Ablaze are nose to nose for 8th place. Amy is driving a 2018 BR Engineering BR1. Their race looks steady, sitting in 5th place, not making any dramatic moves so far. The track's tight corners and limited overtaking spots are keeping the top position stable, with only a few close battles behind. Schmerzenlive just overtook someone to take 9th place. Schmerzenlive and Yasnin 196 are nose to nose for 8. H2 Hove is climbing up to 14. Ablaze is dropping like a stone, now in 15th place. Yasnin 106 is climbing steadily to 8. Schmerzenlive is also making moves, now 9. Ablaze is on a roll, climbing from way back to take the lead. Scott Dixon is right on their tail, and they're battling hard for the top spot. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. New for Life is in 2nd, and I am in 3rd. Looks like a tight race for the podium. Pippi Langström's car is a 2018 BR Engineering BR1, starting from the 6th position. They are currently in 4th place, just behind Maya and Gina Jones. Looks like they're making a steady climb, but still have some ground to catch up. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by a second. Schmerzenlive just overtook someone to grab 8th place. Ashatu Hovea is climbing up to 10th, leaving someone behind. Vanoni 1857 is driving a 2017 Norma M30, a lightweight and agile LMP3 car. Their race looks solid with a decent pace, currently in 15th place, just behind some of the other Norman 30s. Maya is closing in on Move for Life and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Ingo Nikringleberry has climbed up to 6th place. Achi Tuhova is now in 10th position after moving up 1 spot. Schmerzenlieb is closing in on H2Hova, just 10.7 seconds behind now. Amy has dropped 7 places to 14. H2Hova is climbing 2 spots to 7. Vanoni 1857 and Official Class Life are nose to tail for 12th place. Amy is creeping closer, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Ablaze is rapidly catching up to Amy and is now just a few seconds behind. Amy is also closing the gap to Vinon 1857, but not quite as fast. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon took the checkered flag again. Guess he's just showing off how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Scott Dixon really took the win, and even snagged the fastest lap. Congratulations to him. He definitely earned that victory and the chance to claim the fancy Porsche. And let's not forget Pippi Langstrom for her impressive overtake skills. She was really on the move and can claim the sleek 2018 BR Engineering BR1. Looks like this race had some serious competition. Who's ready to see who claims the cars? This is getting exciting. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Autodromo de Antioquia. It has a pretty challenging layout with a mix of sharp turns and high-speed straights that really test the cars and drivers alike. It's like the track says, "Hey, you think you're fast? Let's see if you can handle my twists and turns first." Plus, it's nestled in a beautiful Colombian landscape, which makes watching these AI cars race even more scenic and exciting. Wow, what a matchup. On one side, we have Lord Buttrell in a classic 1958 Maserati 258. That's a beauty. Definitely a legend on the track, and known for its speed and elegance. On the other side, Amy is piloting a 1963 Agachanian Watson, which is also a vintage gem, but might not have the same racing pedigree as the Maserati. Considering a car choice, the Maserati's got that historical racing dominance going for it, so I'd probably lean toward Lord Buttrell taking an early lead. But hey, the Watson isn't just a pretty face. Sometimes those vintage cars surprise us with their handling and balance. If I had to make a prediction, I'd say Lord Buttrell with the Maserati will probably push ahead early on and hold the position. But don't count Amy out. Vintage cars can be full of surprises after all. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Autodromo de Antioquia. Scott Dixon is starting in pole position, driving a vintage 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy T. Looks like he's ready to channel some classic speed today. Scott Dixon has shot off to the lead right from the start. Gary 710 is holding strong in second place. Spear Like Hale is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Spear Like Hale just overtook someone to take second place. Maya and Gary 17 are nose to nose for third. Alan 656 and Pippi Langstrom are battling for seventh. Super Siggy advances to 9th place. Gina Jones climbs 2 spots to 11. Gina Jones and Dr. Keep Sapaway are nose-to-nose fighting for 10th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 10th place, just ahead of Gina Jones but behind Super Siggy. Looks like a steady climb, or at least trying to. Maya is closing in on Amy for 4th place. Dr. Keep Sapaway is climbing to 9th. Grande Liv is pushing to 12th. Ingle McCringleberry is racing a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. The classic Indy cars are holding steady, but the track seems to favor the older models a bit, with several of them in the top half. The mix of vintage cars keeps the race unpredictable. Lord Buttrell just overtook someone to take 5th place. Amy and Lord Buttrell are still neck and neck for that spot. Crandelive is climbing up to 10th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Lord Buttrell and Amy are still nose to nose for 5th. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing to 13. Lord Buttrell just climbed to 5th place. Nufa Life moved up to 13th. Ingle and McCringleberry and Nufa Life are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Ingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of Nufa Life for the 13th spot. Looks like they're about to turn this into a real close fight. Alan 656 is climbing to 7th place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 11th. Zupa Sigi and Gina are nose to tail for 11th. Alan 656 is catching up to Amy fast, closing the gap by a full second. Super Sigi just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, narrowing the gap by a second and a half. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1952 Kuzma Offie. She's currently in 8th place, but her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pace. Lord Buttrell is holding a solid 5th, but Amy is stuck behind. Pippi Langstrom in 8th. Looks like Amy needs a miracle to catch Lord Buttrell before the finish. Lord Buttrell is racing a 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. They're holding a solid 5th place, but their lap time is just a tad slower than the leaders. Dr. Keith Sappaway is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. They are currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap of 1:44.547. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Pippi Langström's car is a 1952 Cosma Offie, a classic Indy car known for its vintage charm. Their race looks like a steady climb, currently in 8th place, but they're a bit behind the leaders in lap time. Alan 656 is gaining on Lord Buttrell, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Pippi Langström and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Gary 710 is racing a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. He's currently in 3rd place and has a fastest lap of 1:44.112. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Spear Like Hail's really closing in on Scott Dixon now, only 1.6 seconds behind. Alan 656 just overtook someone to grab 5th place. Pippi Langström is also climbing up, now in 6th. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Scott Dixon took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to him. What a race. And hey, looks like Pippi Langström has the fastest lap. She can claim that vintage 1952 Cosma Offie. What a historic ride. Who's feeling lucky today? Sure. Did you know that the F1 cars from 1967 were some of the last to feature that classic narrow tires and minimal aerodynamics? They basically looked like tiny, aggressive go-karts with engines. It was a time when driving skill mattered more than fancy wings and downforce. Quite the contrast to today's high-tech beasts, huh? Ooh, this is a classic showdown for the ages. The Honda RS300 is known for its lightweight agility and sharp handling, which could give it an edge on the twisting circuits of Spa Vintage. On the other hand, the Matra MS7 has a reputation for stable high-speed cruising and decent cornering, which might keep it in the game. Honestly, I think the Honda might have the slight edge if it can exploit its nimbleness in those tight corners. But don't count out the Matra. It's got some serious endurance. We'll see which one outmaneuvers the other in this vintage battle. I'm betting on the Honda. But this race could surprise us all. Alright everyone. The race is underway at the Spa Vintage track, and look at that Botgamoning on pole in a classic 1967 Honda R300. Will the old school charm hold up? Stay tuned. Grandalive is leading the race, followed closely by Botgamoning in second place. Wanga Tank 272 is currently in third. Looks like a tight start. Nulevi is making a strong push up to 15th place. Botgamoning has just claimed the top spot. Wanga Tank 72 and Grandalive are nose to nose for second place. The Lightning is tearing through the field, now in first place after overtaking 21 cars. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Maya has gained one spot and is now in 8th place, climbing the ranks. Liam is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lockton 7 is also on the rise, passing 4 cars to settle in 11th. Unclearly Gaming is not far behind, also overtaking 4 cars to reach 12th. Amy just made a smooth move to the 16th place. Scott Dixon is climbing fast, now in the 17th spot after overtaking 4 cars. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are nose to tail for the lead. Hippie Langstrom is gaining on Nulavi, closing the gap by 10.7 seconds. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are neck and neck for first place. Grandalive is chipping away at Botgamoning's lead, closing in by 2.8 seconds. Grandalive and Botgamoning are in a fierce fight for second place. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are still nose to nose at the front. Wanga Tang 7272 has climbed into third place. Gina Jones has also gained a spot and is now in 5th. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are neck and neck for first place. Gina Jones is closing in on Grandalive, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingle May Kringleberry is catching Ed Sauce 21, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hingle and Ed Sauce 21 are also fighting for 6th place. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are still neck and neck for first place. Gina Jones and Grandalive are fighting hard for 4th. I just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Maya and Ed Sauce 21 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Botgamoning and the Lightning Thief are nose to nose for the lead. Gina Jones and Grandalive are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. I just sneaked up 1 spot to 6th, so watch out for me. Wow, Botgamoning, you must be thrilled to win at Spa Vintage. Looks like all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Botgum Moning. That was quite the race. Now, Pippi Langstrumpf with the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1967 Cooper T81B. Looks like you've earned yourself a shiny new car. Sure. Did you know that the 2009 Braun B GP001 was actually a secret weapon that helped Braun GP win the Formula One World Championship? It was designed by Ross Braun using leftover Honda chassis and engine parts, and it turned out to be one of the most dominant cars of that season. It's basically the underdog story that racing fans love to cheer for. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Hingle McCringleberry in a 2009 Toro Rosso ST R4, a car that's more about finesse and handling than outright speed. And then we've got Diroc Official in a 29 Ferrari F60, which is all about power and speed. Considering the track is a rallycross circuit, I'd say the Ferrari's raw power might give it an edge in straight sections. But the Toro Rosso, with its smaller size and agility, could outmaneuver the Ferrari around tight corners and tricky sections. So, I'm leaning towards the Ferrari F60 getting the win. But don't count out the Toro Rosso for making a surprise move. It's all about who adapts better to Montmello's mix of jumps, turns and gravel. Alright folks, Maya is up front in the pole position, piloting the sleek 2009 Red Bull RB5. The green flag is waving, and this race at Montmello is about to get interesting. Buckle up! Maya takes the lead right out of the gate. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Crazy Eagle Fan is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Diroc Official is climbing fast into second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves up to third. No for Life is creeping into fifth. Looks like the race is heating up. Scott Dixon has climbed to 6th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 7th. Crazy Eagle Fan and Gina are nose to nose for 7th. Scott Dixon is closing in on New for Life. The gap is shrinking by 1.6 seconds. Amy and Crazy Eagle Fan are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is now in 5th after moving up 1 spot. Gina Jones has also gained a position and is now 6th. Scott Dixon's car is a Renault R29, and he's currently in 7th place. Looks like he's hanging in there but not making much noise. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Pippi Langstrup is now in 4th. Scott Dixon has moved into 5th. Pippi Langstrup is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is closing the gap on Direct Official fast, cutting it down by almost 9 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up nicely, moving 2 spots to sit in 3rd. Direct Official is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 15.8 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Dina Jones has climbed 2 spots to secure 2nd place. Direct Official is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, grabbing the 4th spot. Scott Dixon is closing in on me, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing 2 spots to take 3rd place. Amy is also moving up 2 spots, now in 7th. The tight corners and quick straights at Momelo are favoring the top contenders, who can maintain high speed through the turns. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 4th. Direct Official is in 5th after climbing 2 spots. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless he decides to take a nap. Alright everyone. It seems like our AI racers decided to take a little more scenic route than expected, and got a bit lost on the track. So we've decided to wrap up this race early. Don't worry though, the points have already been tallied up so we know who's leading. Thanks for sticking around, and make sure to tune in for the next race where hopefully our AIs will remember which way is forward. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Well done on dominating the track today. And hey, with the fastest lap, Maya gets to claim that vintage 2009 Red Bull RB5, a true classic. Hingle McCringleberry, nice job winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of the sleek 2009 Toro Rosso's TR4. Scott Dixon, hats off for the most overtakes. You get to add a 29 Renault R29 to your collection. Great racing everyone, can't wait to see what happens next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. It's got a long history of being a race winner at Le Mans and has that perfect combination of speed and reliability that could serve it well on a demanding track, like the Deutschlandring. The Audi R18s are definitely contenders too, but I think the Porsche might just have that little extra edge in terms of overall finesse and hybrid efficiency. The rest are good contenders, but those top two are really the ones I'd keep an eye on. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The 2018 BR Engineering BR1 is a sleek, modern contender with advanced aerodynamics and technology, so it's definitely a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, the 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro has that hybrid powertrain and solid racing pedigree. The Audi's got experience on its side, but the Brown's a newer beast. I'd say the race could go either way, but I'm leaning towards the Brown just because of its cutting-edge design. Still, don't count out the Audi. The hybrid tech might just give it that extra boost. Stay tuned, this one's gonna be interesting. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Deutschlandring and Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack from pole position. He's driving a 2018 BR Engineering BR1 in the LMP1 class. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Basket and TV is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Pippi Langstrup is dropping like a stone to 21st place. Maya is climbing steadily to 4th. Maya and Basket and TV are nose to tail fighting for 3rd place. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap on the leader. And Woofa Life is right behind her, both races locked in a fierce duel for 3rd. The race is heating up with those two battling it out. Woofa Life just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8. Rookie Mireki and Lux Ravenous are nose-to-nose for 14. Edie Leave is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is making a move to 5th. Sharon is pushing through the pack to 8. Sharon is on a tier, climbing to 4th place. Case Teflex is making moves up to 7. Leung is charging through the field to 16. Lux Ravenous is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Blackbeard is also making a move up the field, taking 12th after 3 overtakes. Pippi Langstrup is storming through the pack, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 13th. Gina Jones is gaining on Schron fast, just 1/4 seconds behind now. Scott Dixon is closing in on Castaflex, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf and Blackbeard are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Eddie Leith is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, fast enough to make it interesting. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Tagnesty is closing in on Schron with a 3.3 second gap. Hingle McCringleberry is really closing in on New for Life, cutting the gap by over a second and a half now. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 12th place, leaving someone behind. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making moves, now in 17th place after gaining 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Gina Jones is also closing in on Eddie Leif, just a bit behind. Tagnesty has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 10th place. Ruki Miriki has moved up to 13th. Ruki Miriki and Zero Time Alive are nose to nose for 12. Tagnesty is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 6.4 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Schron, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Dixon and Schron are now locked in a tight battle for 6th place. Basket and Fee is closing in on Neotexum, now just 8.8 seconds behind. Eddie Leif has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Scott Dixon is also climbing 1 spot to sit in 6th. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Tagnesty is now in 4th. Scott Dixon has moved into 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Tagnesty is dropping back to 10th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd. Schron is also moving up to 4th. Dixon and Schron are now locked in a close fight for 3rd. Lyum is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 10th. Lux Ravenous is closing in fast, chipping away at that gap by over 15 seconds. Neotexum is making moves too, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations to Nonstop for Life for taking the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust at Deutschlandring. Wow, what a fantastic victory for En for Life. Congrats on winning the race. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some sweet rides, Scott Dixon, you got the most overtakes, so you can claim the 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. That's a pretty sleek machine to add to your collection. And, new for life, since you already won the race, the 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro is all yours. What a day for car claiming, I'd say. Sure! Did you know that the 2005 Bugatti Veyron was the first production car to feature a quad-turbo, charged 8-liter W16 engine? That's quite the mouthful. But essentially it means this car has 4 turbochargers and a pretty enormous engine under the hood. It was built to be one of the fastest cars in the world at the time, reaching speeds over 250 miles per hour. Basically, it's a supercar that's as much a technological marvel as it is a speed demon. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. So make your choice before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite go head-to-head in this crazy AI race. Oh wow, this is a clash of the titans. The Bugatti Veyron, with its legendary speed and luxury, versus the SSE Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, which was once the world's fastest car. Both incredible machines. But now it's about who has the edge on this track. Considering the Veyron's refined engineering and that iconic top speed, it might have the upper hand in raw power. However, the Ultimate Aero is no slouch, and could surprise us with its acceleration and handling. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd probably put my chips on the Bugatti, just because of its track record and reputation. Still, don't count out the Aero. This race is about to get interesting. Alright folks, the race is underway at Termisterio Hondo, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup in a 2007 SSE Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo. Yep, the supercar of the early 2000s is taking the front spot. Buckle up, this one's gonna be a wild ride. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, followed closely by Shoot 'Em Up in second place. Nyalto Tep98 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Shoot 'Em Up just overtook for the lead. De Factor is closing in on third. Cloudy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for fifth. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Basant Nizart Wu is making a charge, now in 10th after overtaking 5 cars. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, now in 6th after moving up 2 spots. Radicero-activa Vixen is climbing to 6th place. Cloudy is now in 8th. Baseness Erdvu has moved into 9th. Anyone else making moves? Pippi Langstrump and Shoot 'em Up are nose to tail at the front. Hellskank climbs 1 spot to 11th. Nvuvayife moves up 2 spots to 12th. Nyarlathotep 988 is climbing up to 3rd place. De Facto and Nyarlathotep 98 are nose to nose for that spot. Huskyhog is making a move, now in 13th. Pippi Langstrump is now in 1st place. De Factor and Nyarlathotep 98 are still neck and neck for 3rd. Radicero-activa Vixen has climbed to 5th. De Factor and Nyarlathotep 98 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Basidne Artwo is climbing up to 8th place. Cloudy and Base Nazart 2 are fighting hard for 8th. Nyarlathotep 98 just overtook Shoot 'em Up and is now in 2nd place. That battle for 2nd is getting pretty heated. Shoot 'em Up is climbing nicely into 2nd place. Radicero-activa Vixen and Devactor are nose to tail for 4th. Basinite Zuru and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 7th. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing fast and now in 2nd place. Shoot 'em Up and Nyarlathotep 98 are nose to nose in a fierce fight for 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground and now in 4th after moving up 2 spots. Nyarlathotep 988 is gaining on Pippi Langstrump with a 1.5 second reduction. Basic Knights Art View and D Factor are nose to nose for 7th place. Hellskank and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Nyarlathotep 988 is closing in on Pippi Langstrump with a 2.3 second gap. Duel. De Factor has moved up 1 spot into 6th place. Desidness Artvu also moved up 1 spot into 7th place. Nyarlathotep 988 is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Scott Dixon has gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. Basinese Artwu Scott Dixon are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Basidness Artwu and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Hellskank just sneaked into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Nouveau Life is advancing to 9th place. Amy is moving up to 11th place. Maya is cruising in 6th place. Huskyhog is closing in on Apradope for 13th. Amy just sneaked into 10th. Huskyhog and Apradope are still neck and neck for the next spot. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 3rd place. De Factor is cutting down the distance to Radicero-activa Vixen by 2.4 seconds. Nouveau Life is narrowing the gap to Baseness Artwu by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Nyarlathotep 98 just took the victory at Termas de Rio Hondo. Clearly they're the one to beat. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Nyarlathotep Pepnani for taking the top spot. That was an impressive race. And for everyone else, great effort. Remember, if you're in the top few, you might just get yourself a shiny new car. No for life. You nailed it in the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 2005 Bugatti Veyron. That's one heck of a prize. Sure thing. Did you know that the Fuji Vintage GP track is known for its surprisingly sharp turns and nostalgic vibe? It's basically a throwback to classic racing days, but with a modern twist. It's like the track is saying, hey, remember when racing was all about skill and style? And honestly, it keeps the racers on their toes, making it a fun challenge to watch. Alright folks, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want any cars accidentally getting left behind because someone was too busy chatting. Get those selections in now. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Dome Zero from 1978 has that sleek and futuristic look for its time. But I wonder how it handles on this track. Meanwhile, the Porsche 911 SC from 1983 is known for its reliability and balanced performance. Honestly, the Porsche might have the edge here because of its proven track record and better handling in tight turns. But hey, those old school cars can sometimes surprise us with a burst of speed. My bet is on Pippi Langstrumpf with the Porsche. But I wouldn't completely count out Hingle McCringleberry and the Dome Zero just yet. Let's see how this vintage battle unfolds. Alright folks, the race is underway at Fuji Vintage GP, and leading the pack is Esteban Games in a classic 1987 BMW 325 ID30 Touring. Looks like they're off to a strong start. Let's see if they can hold that pole position. Lord Betril is leading the race, followed closely by SS Davin Games in second place and Platinum Mira holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Kickass Lady X3 is on fire, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Popcorn Slayer is also on the move, pushing up to fifth after passing 4 cars. Amy, is making a solid push, now in 7th after overtaking 4 cars. Blackbeard is slicing through the field to reach 12th place. Davin Games and Lord Buttrell are nose-to-nose for the lead. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing to 3rd place, inching closer to the top. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Kickass Lady X3 is closing in on Davin Games, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Popcorn Slayer has gained 1 position and is now in 4th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 9th place. Gaming Tofi Cancer and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce duel for 9. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1978 Dome Zero, a rare and futuristic-looking car for its time. Their race seems to be steady in the middle of the pack, currently in 12th place, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Blackbeard is closing the gap on Gaming Tofi Cancer, now just under 2 seconds behind. And Maya is making her way to 14th place. Popcorn Slayer just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Popcorn Slayer and Davin Games are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th. Popcorn Slayer is now in 2nd place. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 5th. Blackbeard is closing the gap on Prodigy Place 58, now just 2.1 seconds behind. Popcorn Slayer is now in 1st place. Kickass Lady X3 has moved up to 3rd. Rowdy Zerolf is in 6th. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is now 7th, climbing 1 spot. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Pippi are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, chipping away at the gap. Blackbeard is closing in on Anonymous Ninity 3, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take 10th place. Prodigy Place 58 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for 10th. Blackbeard is climbing to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Anonymous Ninity 3, closing the gap by over a second. Gabby the Minimac is gaining on me, shrinking the distance by a little over a second and a half. Kickass Lady X3 is now in 2nd place. Lord Buttrell and Kickass Lady X3 are still nose to tail for that spot. Rowdy Zerolf has advanced to 5th place. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 4th place. Davin Games and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-nose for 4th. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching closer to Gina Jones, closing the gap by a second and a half. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Blackbeard and Pippi Langstrom are also battling for 7th. Amy is climbing up to 10th place, leaving some behind. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong move up to 6th place, overtaking 3 cars in quick succession. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose-to-nose for 6th. Blackbeard and Gina Jones are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Gina Jones and S7 Games are locked in a close fight for 6th. Turfinity 3 is closing in on Gabitha Minimac fast. Just 5.8 seconds behind now. Kickass Lady X3 is catching up to Popcorn Slayer, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place, making moves. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now in 8th. Amy and S7 Games are battling closely for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Lord Buttrell, closing the gap by 1 second. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. S7 Games and Amy are locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Wow! Popcorn Slayer took the checkered flag. Looks like all those popcorn snacks paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow, Popcorn Slayer took the victory. Congratulations on that amazing win. You clearly outpaced the competition today. And for those who are looking to claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you earned it with the fastest lap. You get to add a 1978 Dome Zero to your collection. Very stylish choice. Hey everyone! It looks like we're just taking a quick break for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more racing action. Grab a snack, stretch your legs, and I'll see you real soon.